What is up? How are you? Why does my mic sound so low? Sound good for everybody else? To me, it sounds very low. Maybe that's why. All right. It was something on my end. Hello, everybody. Hello. Yeah, we're currently blowing up parts of Iran again. Hello, Carla.
78% tax on every drop. Companies fleeing, they just won't stop. Chevron packed up after 50 odd years. Left the rigs rusting, brought workers to tears.
Hello, Will.
Potential so vast, but the minister said no. Futures in the past, imports from Qatar, prices through the roof, while we lecture the world from our cold dark roof. They cheered when production fell 7.
I'm letting people trickle in. Hello, Banana.
The old ways were spent. Now we've got 2 days of gas in the tank, and the experts are screaming this policy stank. Oh, the UK's got no oil no more. Drained it dry and then slammed the door. Thanks to our own bloody stupidity, we're paying foreigners for our own energy. No more black gold, no more working class pride. We virtue signal and the industry died. Self-inflicted ideological rot. Now the bills are rising, and
how hot is it? What's up, Dr. Shrimp? Oh, great. That's great, Shrimp.
Transition slow while the tech arrived, but ideology won, common sense lost. Now we're importing the very same exhaust from the same bloody basin, just someone else's shore. Tell me again, who exactly won this war? Got no oil no more. sorry score. Stupidity written in the history books, so the future for slogans and virtue signaling looks. No more black gold, no more black gold. North Sea's quiet now, just the wind turbines spinning in the rain.
الذين استنكفوا واستكبروا فيعذبون.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? I haven't done a few songs in a while, so I thought I would throw some nice songs for everybody up, let you enjoy those. How is everyone today? Everyone's doing well. I'm trying to get the thing at the bottom of the screen legible. I do it. That did not do it. Why, oh why are you not being able to make the larger font, you bastard? I gotta go something stupid? I gotta do this? Closer to what I wanted. I don't know. Trying to adjust my scroll thing at the bottom. Oh, shit. Wrong thing. Oh, God, I broke it. Oh, God. Oh, Lord in heaven. How is everyone doing? That's a fun-looking crowd. I wonder how many of them are waiting to blow themselves up. Oh, I'm not supposed to say that. It's quite uncouth of me these days, I hear. There we go. All right. There we go. All right. Cool. How's everyone today? How's everyone today? How's everyone going? So currently, U.S. strikes on Iran. The United States launched a fresh round of airstrikes on southern Iran, targeting areas like Bandar Abbas, Sarik, Kwahai, Alligator Island, and nearby sites. Over 80 targets hit, forcing military installations, ports, and infrastructures. Explosions and fires reported currently in the region. Now, what did Iran do to piss us off? Anyone want to guess? If you weren't here yesterday, you have no idea. If you were here yesterday, you know why.
Jay. Carlos 74 donated €5 through Super Chat. It was a week of heat here in Portugal, 42 degrees Celsius, 107.6 Fahrenheit.
That's pretty hot. Thank you very much, Carlos, for $5 dues. Yuffie's trying to feed me what looks like a delicious-ass cinnamon bun. Okay, I guess, okay. Give it some more essence. Yeah. Thank you, baby. Yeah, that's a lot of cinnamon bun. That is a bowl of cinnamon buns. There you go. Thank you. Give me a second to add that $5 in there. Appreciate you, Carlos. Thank you, buddy. So if you weren't here yesterday and you're wondering what happened, they decided to bomb some civilians, kill a bunch of civilians, and Trump pretty much said he's more or less done with them and what they're doing.
Resistance were killed in January when they shot down 40,000 of their own people. Those were the shock troops of the revolution. So there's not a lot of rise up at the moment in Tehran. And so I think President Trump has got a bad set of options, but if I were advising economic targets and hope you can push them back to the table.
Well,
that's the best of some bad options.
That was one of the big holes in the initial war strategy, right, was this idea that somehow the people were going to take down the government, given the price they paid for challenging the government just weeks before.
Right, 30,000 killed.
James Stavridis, thanks so much. Fred Pleitkin in Tehran, thanks to you and your team as well. We're going to have more of our breaking news coverage of the new U.S. strikes on Iran. Please do stay with CNN. We'll be right back. continuing our breaking news coverage with new U.S. strikes on Iran. Joining us now, CNN senior national security reporter Zach Cohen. And Zach, as we watch this play out, this reminded us of your early reporting weeks ago that if talks didn't move forward, if Iran continued to threaten the Strait, that this was exactly the U.S. planned response. Tell us what the intention is here with these strikes.
Yeah, Jim, it appears that, and it's notable, that the strikes appear to be very much concentrated around the Strait of Hormuz still at this point. And this is something that I was told back in April would be option number one, so to speak, if this ceasefire fell apart. And it's dynamic targeting around the Strait of Hormuz, specifically looking at targets, mobile targets that have remained elusive to the U.S. military to date. And these strikes that we've seen over the last 48 hours or so really do go beyond what the sort of back and forth we also saw during the ceasefire itself. This appears to be a concerted effort to try to neutralize those mobile missile launchers, those remaining sites that they can still use to threaten commercial vessels. But at the same time, we were told in April, and we've been told as recently as today, that military strikes on their own, regardless of how effective they are unlikely to immediately reopen the Strait of Hormuz. That's really based around the confidence of the shipping industry itself. And unless you can prove 100% to these shippers that the threat has been neutralized, which, given all of the things we know about Iran's capabilities around the Strait of Hormuz, given all the things we know about their drone capability and how that can be a threat from far away, that seems like a long shot, to say the least. And so, but we are seeing these strikes very much following the pattern of one of the options Trump was briefed on back in April, has known is at his disposal in the time since, and now seems to be putting that into practice. Now, beyond that, Trump's options, as we heard from Fred and Admiral Stavridis, are not really that great either. And we've heard the president float the idea of attacking critical infrastructure, for example. That would be an escalation in this conflict, but it is one of the options.
Take out the oil, take out the power, take out the water, the sewage,
to be escalated
the goat farm.
So there's no indication at this point, though, and again, these strikes today kind of reinforce the scope, the limited scope of the military operations as of now, that Trump has decided to move into attacking critical infrastructure, but really watching to see if these strikes expand beyond the coastal sites, expand beyond the Strait of Hormuz, is really the key thing to see as far as indicators this is going to escalate.
Well, listen, it also reinforces that Iran's capabilities have not been neutralized. They still maintain the ability to threaten the Strait and elsewhere. Zach Cohen, thanks so much. My panel's back with me. Brad, this war was supposed to have been won already.
2 weeks.
Is this a problem for the president?
Yes, I think walking away was a problem for the president, first off, as well. I mean, the MOU was wildly unpopular among the president's base voters, who are generally very hawkish and very anti-Iran, despite what some of the online influencers might say. The Republican base is pretty anti-Iran. I think that the fact that the MOU seems to be broken down might give the administration a second chance to end the war in a way that Republicans would like. Certainly, Democrats are never going to come around, and independents like to see things tidied up fast. And I think that's easier for me to say than it is to do. But I think that the president having another chance to end this with strength as opposed to capitulation would be good.
Escalate to de-escalate, in effect? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think it's possible. I mean, I think the MOU gave us no good answers other than the fact that the military didn't have to leave until 30 days after a final agreement, which might have
Look,
never
man,
come.
I don't want the rock thrown at me.
The only stick in the MOUs. And so I think Republicans, while they're certainly concerned about gas prices and the Strait being closed.
Yeah, that's terrible.
And most of the countries have agreed to it. We have a couple of that didn't, but I have a feeling they're going to.
By the way, Trump sent his plane somewhere else.
They were very positive.
He's not on it yet. People are like, why?
I think a good team player today was a great team
Probably
player.
make sure it doesn't have a bomb on it or any bugs.
Understand very well the United States remains by far the largest contributor to NATO monetarily and maybe otherwise, and the strongest military anywhere in the world, and they respect us as a country. Again, they didn't respect us 2 years ago. They laughed at us. NATO laughed at us. Everybody laughed at us. They don't laugh anymore. There's no more laughing. This year we invested a record $1 trillion in our armed forces, and we're going to be asking for $1.5 trillion coming up. We have the money being spent on the best equipment anywhere in the world. In the working session this morning, we discussed the progress other members are making toward the 5% target, and they're making great progress. Many of these countries are very rich, by the way. We don't have to feel sorry for them. But it doesn't mean they're properly protected. There's a big difference. Some have truly answered the call, and others are making big changes and will be answering the call. I think I can say in all cases they're going to be answering the call, and we'll be taking in over $1 trillion a year toward defense. And that's a tremendous amount of money.
I got no rules in here. Oh, wait, I do.
They were 2%. They were actually at 1%. I got them to 2%, and I wanted to get them to 5%.
I don't remember putting that,
We'll get you back out to more of the comments from President Trump from earlier, where we did play it out for you in full when it was happening. But we now want to take you now back out inside the courtroom. It looks like it is a court resuming for day 3 of the Tyler Robinson's preliminary hearing.
At the video and you also reviewing what Mr. Novak submitted, the redactions requested, and reviewing all parts of it in great detail. All right, I want to address the objections before me, and starting with Mr. Novak made a hearsay objection as it relates to Mr. McBride, and the court agrees it is hearsay. At the same time, I'm only going to consider Mr. McBride's statements to provide context for the things that Lance Twiggs says and for their effects on Lance Twiggs. And as such, the hearsay objection as it relates to the statements of Mr. McBride in State's Exhibit 16 is overruled.
Do we want to stay with this, folks, or we want to go back to Iran stuff? Let me know.
As it relates to State's Exhibit 16. And I agree in part and disagree in part as it relates to this objection. So there are portions of the transcript, or I say transcript, but what I really mean is State's Exhibit 16. And I appreciate the transcript.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm going to go back with the boom boom.
It's a lot faster than trying to scroll. And so I appreciate that being provided. It was helpful to the court. And to be fair, I found it to be a true and accurate representation.
Listen, this is a democracy like America. You pay your tax, and I give you an idea of choice. And none of you pointed out I put Iran instead of Iran.
Storage locations and coastal radar sites for violating the ceasefire agreement. Now, he also warned Iran, saying that the Islamic Republic would cease to exist.
Not a damn thing this morning, Carlos. I looked.
Complete the job it started. Now, the latest strikes come just a day after U.S. had responded to an Iranian attack on a ship transiting the Strait of Hormuz. Iran had hit U.S. targets in the Gulf in retaliation. Bahrain has said it was targeted by several Iranian drones and accused Iran of sabotaging peace efforts. Iran's Revolutionary Guards had also warned of broader action if U.S. aggression continued. Now, the renewed hostilities have once again put an already fragile ceasefire under severe strain. Iran has warned vessels not to enter or leave Hormuz without permission, but the ships have continued to move, and some using a route which is not authorized by Iran. While the U.S. maintains that the MOU with Iran includes restoring the Strait of Hormuz to its
all right, folks, start giving out those donos. I got to adjust the alert thing on this page. Once I find it, then I can enlarge it. There we go. Let's try that big. We'll see how well that goes. And again, the issue is that they're killing civilians again. You know what I mean? Like, they're over there blowing up boats with civilians on them and killing them. And if I was president, the world would be very different looking. It might be terrible. Anyways, my stock market. Should have invested in Raytheon. I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to give stock advice on my show.
The U.S. military says it has carried out new strikes on multiple targets in Iran, and CENTCOM says the strikes were in response to a fresh attack on a ship transiting the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, we're going to attack these innocent people. Nothing's going to happen. Oh God, they're blowing us up again.
Hostile missile and drone attacks. Air raid sirens have also been sounded in Bahrain, pushing West Asia on edge once again. In a statement, the U.S. Central Command said the new strikes targeted Iranian surveillance infrastructure, communication systems, air defense sites, drone storage facilities, and mined their capabilities. Iranian media have reported several explosions in Salik and Kashmir, areas in southern Iran. According to a CENTCOM, Iran attacked a Panama-flagged oil tanker on Saturday, which was carrying some 2 million barrels of crude. In a post on Truth Social, U.S. President Donald Trump said that the U.S. struck Iranian missile and drone storage locations and coastal radar sites for violating the ceasefire agreement. Trump also warned Iran, saying the Islamic Republic would cease to exist if Washington is forced to militarily complete the job it started. Now, the IRGC claims it launched ballistic missiles and drones at USS Ali Al Salem Air Base in Kuwait and the 5th Naval Fleet in Bahrain. It also warned of a crushing response to enemy aggression and threatened to halt negotiations if ceasefire violations continue. The latest strikes come just today after U.S. responded to an Iranian attack on a ship transiting the Strait of Hormuz. Iran hit U.S. targets in Gulf in retaliation. Bahrain said it was targeted by several Iranian drones and accused Tehran of sabotaging peace efforts. Iran's Revolutionary Guards had also warned of a broader action if U.S. aggression continued. Now, the renewed hostilities have once again put an already fragile ceasefire under severe strain. Iran has warned vessels not to enter or leave Hormuz without permission, but ships have continued to move, and some using a route not authorized by Tehran. While the U.S. maintains that the MOU with Iran includes restoring the Strait of Hormuz to its pre-war status, Iran continues to assert control over the critical waterway.
U.S. military says that it has carried out new strikes on multiple targets in Iran. The CENTCOM says the strikes were in response to a fresh attack on a ship transiting the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is also likely to have hit back with Kuwaiti air defenses responding to hostile missile and drone attacks, along with Bahrain as well. Air raid sirens have also been sounded in Bahrain, as I mentioned, pushing West Asia on the edge once again. In a statement, the U.S. Central Command said the new strikes targeted Iranian surveillance infrastructure, communication systems, air defense sites, drone storage facilities, and mine layer capabilities. Iranian media reported several explosions in Sirik and Kashmir areas in southern Iran. According to the CENTCOM, Iran attacked a Panama-flagged oil tanker. This happened on Saturday, which was carrying some 2 million barrels of crude. In a post on Truth Social, Trump said that the U.S. struck Iranian missile and drone storage locations and coastal radar sites for violating the ceasefire agreement. Trump also warned Iran, saying that the Islamic Republic would cease to exist if Washington is forced to militarily complete the job that it started.
And why are we waiting?
The IRGC claims that it launched ballistic missiles and drones at U.S. Ali Al Salem Air Base in Kuwait and the 5th Naval Fleet in Bahrain. It also warned of a crushing response to enemy aggression, quote unquote, and even threat.
Alex told me, be up this morning. So I was up this morning.
Iran, but if you look at the supporters of the government here, of the Islamic Republic, they certainly feel that they've been galvanized. And we certainly have seen that here on the ground over the past couple of days as these funeral ceremonies have been taking place. And of course, one of the things that we have to point out, Jim, is that we're just hours away of the final major funeral procession for Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who of course was killed in that airstrike at the beginning of the U.S. and Israel's war against Iran. That's going to happen in Mashhad in the east of Iran. So definitely still a very important event that's going to happen. But certainly, if you speak to the supporters, you speak to the officials, they will say that they believe that right now, Iran, the Islamic Republic of Iran, is in a stronger position than it was before, notwithstanding the fact that a lot of their Navy was destroyed, a lot of their Air Force was destroyed. They believe that just because they have that chokehold on the Strait of Hormuz,
on the scene's going to be there,
more defiant than before. They believe that their missiles and drones have proved to be more effective than many people would have thought. They believe they have what it takes to stand up to the United States States and certainly believe that they can outlast the U.S. in a sort of lower intensity war like the strikes that we've been seeing over the past couple of days.
Yeah, that's the
Well, that's
inverted
stupid.
math of asymmetric warfare, isn't it? Before we go, Fred, what is the view in Tehran of the progress, or if not the progress, just the prospect of progress in peace negotiations?
Grizzy with the ghetto news?
That's a really interesting question. I think a really important question because it really depends on who you ask here on the ground. Certainly, there are a lot of people who tell you, look, we're tired of sanctions. We're tired of living, not being able to live out our full potential. A lot of people will tell you that. A lot of people would look forward to sanctions relief. But there's, quite frankly, also people that we've been speaking to here on the ground who say that they believe that negotiations with the United States and the work to try and achieve some sort of agreement were a mistake on the part of the political leadership of the Islamic Republic of Iran. If you look, for instance, at the foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, he's been getting some serious backlash from hardliners who say they believe that the sacrifices, as they put it, of their military would have been in vain if some sort of agreement with the United States is reached, certainly one where the Islamic Republic would make a lot of concessions. So there really is a multitude of views here. But right now, I would also say that there is definitely a degree of pessimism as to the prospect of this memorandum of understanding surviving, and then, of course, leading to those larger negotiations that could then lead to a broader peace agreement or a larger agreement that would see sanctions relief for the for Iran, but then also, of course, possibly restrictions on Iran's nuclear program as well. Jim.
Yeah, they haven't even gotten to the truly intractable issues such as the future of Iran's nuclear program. Fred, please stand by there in Tehran. I want to bring in former NATO Supreme Allied Commander and CNN senior military analyst, retired Admiral James Stavridis. Admiral, always good to have you.
He's got one crooked nose.
Thank you, Jim.
So, Admiral, as you well know, the U.S. certainly can continue strikes like this on Iran. It has the hardware in the region. But is this a low-grade war that the U.S. can win? Because it seems that Iran is striking back and willing to
Iran is freaking
withstand this pain so far.
Alex, let me know when they pop up and I'll grab them.
At this point,
Tio's
we
MIA.
are bringing a knife to a knife fight, but we've got a gun. And I think that's what President Trump has to make a decision
Look at the gun, we got a
upon.
nuke.
And I'm all for striking Iran. I think they have badly overplayed their hand here. And I think the Admiral Brad Cooper, the head of Central Command, is going after targets that are directly impacting the opening of the Strait of Hormuz. All makes sense. But talk about bringing the gun to the knife fight, that is when we go after their economy, and that's going after Karg Island. And you heard President Trump kind of tease that out a little bit. And frankly, I don't think we're going to conquer Karg Island, but we could blockade it. That would be the end of the Iranian economy. I think you've got to go after economic targets. And the problem with doing that is the Iranian response. Will they then go after oil and gas facilities in Saudi Arabia and UAE? So it's not a great set of options, but I think compared to option one, Pontius Pilate, just walk away from it all. Option two, full-blown troops on the ground, massive military, not a very good option. I think option three is amp up the pressure, go after some economic targets, push them back to the negotiating table. Frankly, they've got a pretty good deal, and I think they're about to lose that opportunity. Hopefully those lights will go on in Tehran.
Well, first, before we get to Karg, if the intention with striking coastal cities' positions around the Strait of Hormuz is to eliminate Iran's ability to target shipping there, can that be done just from afar, or do you need troops on the ground to do so? Because Iran has proven itself very resilient to threaten shipping, whether it be a combination of sea mines and drones and missiles fired from afar. Can you eliminate that danger without putting troops on the ground there?
I've gone through the Strait of Hormuz close to 100 times on Navy warships, both under attack from Iran.
Then why didn't you
in
stop
other
this?
Circumstances. We've been at this for 40 years in my career trajectory. And the short answer to your question is you can degrade their ability significantly, but you cannot, in this new era of drones, take away that ability. They can launch drones from hundreds of miles away. So going to be a very difficult proposition. You could up your chances by taking control of about 100 miles of Iranian coastline along the strait. Then the Iranians really would be down to drones. And that's pretty hard. You can defend against it up to a point. But boy, you don't want to get to those stages. Let's hope we can get to a negotiation and get Fred Pleitgen out of Tehran, for whom I have enormous respect for the reporting he is doing.
Fred, you heard Admiral Stavridis there describing the economic pressure point for Iran and the regime, including the possibility of shutting down its oil industry if the president were to order that. What is your sense being in Iran? I mean, is the population feeling the economic pressure? Do you sense the frustration at the regime bubbling over as a result of that?
Stavridis, for those kind words. First of all, yeah, they are definitely feeling the economic pressure. We speak to people here on the ground quite constantly. A lot of people who are saying right now it's very difficult to find jobs. Inflation is a huge problem. A lot of goods
you get shot if you wear the wrong color.
So certainly the population is feeling the pinch of the last 4 months of those military operations that have been going on. But they really have been feeling that pinch for an extended period of time. And I think one of the things that the leadership here in Iran believes is that they believe that the propensity to take pain on the part of the Islamic Republic, on the part of the population, on the part of the government
Compton,
here,
Iran,
pain tolerance is a lot
Somalia,
higher than what the rest of the region is willing to endure. If you look at, for instance, countries and cities like Doha, like Qatar, if you look at the United Arab Emirates, a lot of them, of course, are built on international economies, are built on expatriates and people from abroad coming and working there. And the Iranians simply believe that they have the longer end of the stick. If they're able to shut down the Strait of Hormuz, that the Admiral said the Iranians definitely believe that they would be able to do, and then also project power into the region. And I think one of the things that the Iranians, they say themselves, have been trying to make clear is that in order to project that power, especially into the Strait of Hormuz, to stop shipping from going through there, they don't really need a lot of those coastal positions. They sometimes fire some of those missiles that endanger some of those shipping lanes from deep inside Iranian territory. So they certainly say the geography favors them. Karg Island is another one of those things, by the way, where today a senior member of Iranian parliament said, look, if the U.S. wants to try and go there, the Iranians are going to defend that place. And it's going to be bloody for U.S. troops that are going to try and go and land there. So the Iranians are essentially saying, as far as the geography is concerned, as far as their population is concerned, Iran is there. Iran is not going to go away. And certainly Iran is a big
that like
factor
button,
with
please,
more
folks.
than
You haven't already done it. Thank you.
People to deal with.
Well, just ask the Ukrainians about how far you can fire drones and deep inside an enemy territory and cause damage. Admiral Stavridis, before we go, you mentioned the prospect of the U.S. blockading, perhaps, or taking control or destroying facilities on
Of course
Karg
they
Island. One danger with that, right, from the U.S. perspective, is the effect on
also,
oil
we wouldn't
prices.
just land them. We'd soften it up before we ever went down there.
Concerns about gas prices in this country and the political effect of that in the midterms. That has held him back from such an effort to date. That's something to consider for a president who might consider such action.
Good morning, Bez. How are you, buddy?
And, see paragraph 1 about why this is not a really good option. But I think the range of possibilities of action for President Trump are narrowing. And he can, at this point, either come up with something
what happened?
to
Why are you in such a good
pressurize the
mood?
Iranians to get to the table. But as Fred points out, they think they can take a lot of pain. And I think they can, too. And don't forget, the protesters, the heart of that resistance, were killed in January when they shot down 40,000 of their own people. Those were the shock troops of the revolution. So there's not a lot of rise up at the moment in Tehran. And so I think President Trump has got a bad set of options.
Probably want them to produce them for us, too. You know what I mean? Like
economic targets. and hope you can.
We
push
might need them
back
very
the table.
close
It's
to
the
that
best
area very
of some
soon.
bad options.
That was one of the big holes in the initial war strategy, right? Was this idea that somehow the people were going to take down the government, given the
If
price
you know,
they paid
you know.
for challenging the government just weeks before. Retired Admiral James Stavridis, thanks so much. Fred Pleitkin in Tehran, thanks to you and your team as well. We're going to have more of our breaking news coverage of the new U.S. strikes on.
One for you, one for me. One patriot for you, one patriot for us. Again, if you can get the supply line closer and there's a war brewing, just saying. Strategically, it makes a lot of sense. U.S. officials told Reuters that the current strikes in Iran is expected to surpass those carried out on Tuesday. I'm guessing whichever the production facility is, it's going to be more towards, I think, like Poland. Oh, underground works too. Oh boy, 4 Swedish citizens have been arrested in Cyprus for severely beating a 47-year-old local man. He was taken to the hospital with a fractured skull and brain bleed after the assault in Ayia Napa. The attack have their roots from Iraq, Albania, and Chile. So they're not Swedish. They have Swedish citizenship, but they're actually from Iraq, Albania, and Chile. That is a very, very weirdly written article, but all right. All right, there's that. I'm going to cover a couple news stories here while we watch stuff get blown up there in Iran. While I update people about what's going on in the world in between this. So, how would you feel you're taking flight lessons and you're a student and your teacher decides, you know what? I'm done with life, and just hucks his ass right outside the aircraft. Flight instructor in Argentina jumped to his death in the middle of a training flight, abandoning a student in midair, forcing them to bring the plane down for a landing all by their lonesome. The pilot, Leonardo Andres Bellatazzo, was flying in the plane Saturday, teaching 22-year-old student Rosario, when he turned to her and said, "You know what you have to do. Carry on." Bertazzo then took off his headset, unbuckled his seat, opened the door, and jumped to his death. Jesus. I know some people are scared of a woman driver, but that seems a little ridiculous. According to the prosecutors of South American nation, Rosario was able to land the aircraft safely despite being in absolute shock. According to CNN affiliate TN, the director of the flying Parrot Codley Flying School, where Berizzo worked, said there was no sign the pilot was planning to kill himself. In fact, Berizzo had reportedly gone on a flight with another student earlier that day. It's not known yet what caused Berizzo to exit the aircraft mid-flight. Prosecutors are launching an investigation. You know what? You got this. Jesus Christ. 15, sorry, not 51, a little dyslexic there. A 15-year-old streamer was found dead in a trash bag after being kidnapped from a soccer pitch in Honduras. TikTok star Pedro Alexander Diaz Francisco was allegedly taken by a hooded man carrying a large caliber weapon. And I guess they killed him, and they found the poor kid's body in a trash bag. So, which is pretty horrible. Oh, let's see what else stuff's going on. Trump came out and said that this is retribution for yesterday's bombing of ships by Iran, and it will happen again. It will get much worse. So he's saying that if it'll happen again, it sounds like he's asking that if they're going to go back and do more bombings, the boats, he's going to do worse. Why stop now? You might as well just carry on. Again, U.S. Central Command carried out multiple rounds of strikes hitting over 80 targets, including air defenses, radar sites, anti-ship missiles, and IRGC small boats in southern Iran. These targeted areas like Bandar Abbas, Bashahir, Sadiq, and Qasham Island in response to Iranian attacks on commercial vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. Explosions were reported within last 8 Iranian military personnel killed. Only 8? I feel like those numbers are very low. I feel like they should be at least 8 if we hit 80 targets. You got to think like the boat's got to at least have 3 people per, I would imagine. Right? President Trump declares the ceasefire, quote unquote, over, calling Iranian leaders sick, vicious, and liars. I mean, we all kind of knew that before you tried to do a ceasefire. They literally attacked everybody around them while you're still, signing papers. The ink was not even dry. And they were launching stuff at everybody but the U.S., right? Who are launching at allies of the U.S. and at the U.S. bases. Kind of weird that they would turn around and be like, well, we had no idea that was going to happen. Indicated more strikes could follow. He said, we'll probably hit them hard again tonight. He suggested a naval blockade or actions on Kurg Island might be considered. Iranian retaliation. Iran launched attacks on U.S. military sites in Bahrain and Kuwait. Iran officials called the U.S. actions a violation of the June memorandum of the understanding. You started killing civilians. You attacked civilian ships. You blew up civilian ships and killed them. There are dead people because of you. Why did you think there would be a ceasefire still, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like, I feel like there's more here that could be said, but I digress. And threatened decisive measures, including potential closures of the Strait of Hormuz and NPT withdrawal. The strait's going to be probably blockaded, and the American ships are going to move back in there and probably let the oil go flowing again. And if you guys try to do anything, they're probably going to have them. That's what's going to happen. There's not going to be anything else. There's no more. There should never have been time for them to rearm and then attack civilians. That's not all right. This follows an interim ceasefire after earlier U.S.-Israel strikes Iranian nuclear sites and the death of Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei's funeral drew large crowds in Tehran and Najaf. Tensions involve Iranian's nuclear program, sanctions oil exports, and regional proxies. Oil prices have already begun to surge, Brent above $76 a barrel, and market reacted negatively. So, I mean, this is remaining again the core issues in the nuclear program, but Israel came out the other day and said they're pretty sure that Iran does have at least one nuclear device, right? Now, that's not saying it's capable of being strapped to a warhead and sent to somebody. But it's very well it could be brought to somebody via boat or a vehicle and detonated. I say stop putting out press releases till it's over. They're Poya's 6th grade putting out staff just so the report's stupid. Yes. Bez, I went and bought a telescope. Well, I didn't get to buy a telescope. I was given a telescope the other day. I acquired a telescope. So, whenever you're ready to start that project, I'm down. But I agree. I feel like we should stop putting out press releases. The sooner, the better. I think we need to be very straightforward. I think we need to tell people what's going on when it happens and not... Give me 1 second, folks. So I've been checking my phone. What the hell? Oh. Apparently mercychefs.com, I don't know who they are. They are apparently on the ground in Venezuela providing hot meals to earthquake victims. That's very nice of them. That's pretty cool. My father went to the ER today, so if I stop, my brothers are texting me to tell me what's going on, and I'm just replying to him. He got a bad eye infection. Nothing super serious, but at 85, you kind of worry about literally everything. We're hoping he gets the 5 years to 90 and then another 10 to 100. Right on, buddy. So, anyways, everything's okay. Just an eye infection. Sorry. This is not some weird grift for anything. I'm just letting people know what's going on. Since I went silent. What is that, Chris? What is that, good sir? For anybody looking at internet drama BS right now, by the way, apparently Darkside Phil went and copyright struck somebody called Raw Phil, who I think Raw Phil is somebody that has been taking clips and showing Darkside Phil looking stupid. But they went out there and he went out there and got his channel taken down. And I don't know if you know or if anybody doesn't know this, by the way. One of the biggest dickhead things you can do on the internet is get someone a copyright strike. It's like an unspoken no-no rule, right? That you go out there and you strike people, you go after people like that. So, I mean, there's literally people out there where like you do that and they're like, yeah, we're disgusted at you. The only time I personally have ever got someone deplatformed was when we were watching a woman who was videotaping her kid, and trying to get her kid to like go shit in a bush in front of all these people at the Portland Center. I'm like, yeah, that's not okay. That needs to be taken down immediately. This is getting some weird territory there, right? We don't want that to happen. Especially don't want the kids being endangered there. So it's a little bit different. Yeah, good old DSP. Good old Darkside Phil. Still trying to, honestly, I don't know what the hell he's doing anymore. Last time I saw him, he was, I know a lot of you out there don't care about that. I'm looking for feeds while I'm talking about this, so we don't have dead air. Otherwise, I have to put on elevator music, and people hate that. But, now, with Darkside Phil, it did one thing where I find it super cringe is I believe Magic the Gathering and Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh! Whatever weird card games that they have should not just be a way of people making money like the stock market. I feel like it was a game made for kids and you are depriving kids of having fun. You know what I mean? So, and so DSP apparently is collecting Pokemon cards and trying to make money off of them. Did you know, Bez, I used to own a board game and card shop? I too have some stories.
U.S. dragging the negotiations out. For folks listening at home, this is not just Jamie I've spent a lot of time in
Israel.
Israel.
Unfortunately, it didn't work out very well because the
negotiations that Iran is basically
pandemic happened.
Lee, where do we go from here? If this country finds itself back in a Middle Eastern war, 4 months and a couple days out from a midterm election?
I mean, it's the albatross around Donald Trump's neck. He has said it himself multiple times that he thinks. I mean, he has used.
Why does he have a bird around his neck?
In the past. This was actually one of the most striking things about Donald Trump when he ran for office in 2016, which is he made the argument that it was a mistake to involve ourselves in the situation in Afghanistan. He blasted Obama, right? Accused him, said he will start a war with Iran in order to re-energize his base and stay in office. And here he finds himself, perhaps at the weakest point, one of the weakest points of his presidencies, in this exact same situation. And I think this is going into the midterms, you don't want this on your plate. Gas is going back up. We now have another crisis with shipping and manufacturing. This is not where Donald Trump wants to be.
Here where he finds himself, where the American people find themselves, and where those forces in the Middle East who've been, they've been on high alert for weeks and months.
So do you let the 30,000 people die and no one cares?
Please do stay with us. Our breaking news coverage continues.
This is...
Like, do you let all these people die and nobody does anything, right? Oh, we got to worry about the midterms.
Right now, the United States military is again striking Iran as whatever.
Hey, all those people that died? Oh, no, we're more worried about the midterms.
U.S. Central Command
that's not a good look. It's not a good way of doing stuff, man.
Quote, the United States is holding Iran accountable for recent unjustified aggression against commercial shipping and civilian crews freely navigating a vital international waterway, unquote. Iranian state media also reporting
I did like Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh! And a bunch of other collectible card games and board games.
After the two sides traded strikes overnight, the U.S. and Iran, President Trump this morning said he believed the Memorandum of Understanding, the MOU that he signed 3 weeks ago, is finished. He has now concluded that the mullahs in Iran have had a change of heart after previously having called them nice and very rational.
There's something wrong with them. They're cuckoo. As far as I'm concerned, it's over.
So the president threatened to strike Iran very hard again tonight, and now we see at least some of these strikes are right now happening. CNN has live team coverage. Elena Treen at the White House for us, Fred Pleitkin in Iran, Pamela Brown in the region aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln. Elena, you've been monitoring statements coming in. What's the latest you're hearing as the president leaves NATO in Turkey and heads back here to Washington,
Mind you,
D.C.
again, Air Force One, he let the Air Force go through it with a fine-tooth comb.
The state of the ceasefire, even as you mentioned, Jake, as the president is arguing that he believes the ceasefire and the Memorandum of Understanding signed just a couple weeks ago, saying that that's over. In another breath, in the same day, he said it will really be up to the negotiators, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, the vice president, of course, who've been leading those, to decide how they want to proceed when it comes to talks between Washington and Tehran. But look, even as he threatened, he did give a preview of the strikes tonight, which I should note, do appear to be kind of concentrated around the Strait of Hormuz. Despite him saying that he would hit Iran again very hard, he also said that he does not believe it would lead to an all-out war once again. Listen to how he put it.
No, I don't think it's going to start again. I think it's going to go very quickly. They hit a couple of ships. And so we hit them much harder. It will only make it safer, including for oil. Anything that happens is going to happen very fast. We're not looking for long term.
So as you hear there, the president trying to argue that he's not looking for another long-term war, for this war to restart in earnest and span several weeks or months. I'd note, though, of course, some of those comments likely also targeted toward the market, with oil prices surging on these rising, or on this exchange of attacks between the U.S. and Iran. So I think there's a lot of questions, though, that we have here that I have to go talk to my sources about, Jake, regarding what this actually means for the ceasefire. Is this really over, as the president said in his mind it is, or do they still believe that this is perhaps some sort of pressure to force the Iranians to a position where they're negotiating? And I'd remind you as well, a lot of the negotiations that were left
nothing I'm seeing live right now with the bus crash,
period, of course, following the signing of the memorandum of understanding, they have to deal with the thorniest issues. That includes negotiations over the future of Iran's nuclear program. I am told that the president, in part, you could see that visible anger he had toward Iran this morning. A lot of that is because he is frustrated with the pace of these talks, and specifically on Iran not doing enough on their commitments when it comes to their nuclear program. So a lot to pay attention to. Hopefully we'll hear him talk again soon.
And Fred, are you hearing any response from Iranian leadership at this hour?
Well, one of the things that the Iranians have been saying throughout the better part of the day, Jake, is that if the United States strikes Iran, that there would be a massive response coming from the Iranian side. Now, one of the things that we have to point out is it seems as though these strikes are going on and are still ongoing in various parts of the Strait of Hormuz. Some of the places that we've been hearing from Iranian state media, but also from local people on the ground there, is they say the town of Bandar Abbas, which of course is one of the main military ports for the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy, there seem to be some explosions there. Also the town of Sirik, which is more sort of in the eastern part of the Strait of Hormuz, some explosions heard there as well. But it does appear as though these strikes that are going on right now do seem to be fairly substantial in scale. There's one town, for instance, that's quite close to the border with Pakistan, where some blackouts have been reported there and possibly some explosions is there. But of course, it is still very early going. Nevertheless, the Iranians have throughout the entire day, and this is from various officials, Jake, said that there would be a massive response coming from the Iranian side, that U.S. assets in the region would be under attack. One of the things that we have to keep in mind is that when yesterday's attacks happened by the U.S. military, that it was first and foremost U.S. assets in Bahrain and Kuwait that the Iranians say that they target. It's unclear whether or not it's going to remain at that this time. One thing that we need to look at, one of the things that President Trump spoke about earlier today, was Card Island, as he said, possibly taking Card Island. The Iranians today responding to that as well, saying they are waiting for the U.S. at Card Island, and they say that it would cost substantial U.S. casualties if they tried to take that island from the Iranians, Jake.
And Pamela, aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln, how are crew members there feeling about this ceasefire possibly being over?
Well, Jake, the crew members I'm speaking to say there has been so much change during this conflict and even the ceasefire that they remain unfazed and in a ready position. I'm learning more also, Jake, from a source familiar with the strikes tonight about what exactly was targeted, and it has to do with the ship I'm on right here. The source telling me that these strikes targeted ballistic missiles. We are not far from the Iranian coast here on the USS Abraham Lincoln, and so the U.S. military took out ballistic missiles that could be used against targets like this ship. Also, they targeted drones and other things around the Strait of Hormuz that could impact shipping. I can tell you, Jake, in talking to the captain of this ship, Daniel Keeler, there has been multiple attacks against the USS Abraham Lincoln. You heard President Trump say that today, that there had been attacks, and I did confirm that, the different types of attacks, ballistic missile attacks at the beginning of the war, as well as drone attacks. At one point, Iran sent over 12 drones to try to attack this ship. They were all taken down. This ship is surrounded by different destroyers. Destroyers' jobs are to protect it, and that has been happening. Here's what the captain had to say more specifically about the threats against the USS Abraham Lincoln. The president today said that there have been many attacks against the Abraham Lincoln. I wonder what you can tell us about the attacks you have fended off, what you've seen.
Since we've gotten here, clearly during Epic Fury, the Iranians were looking for opportunities to attack this ship. I think we're very well defended. They don't get close. Today they targeted military bases. Have you seen the threat
threats against the Abraham Lincoln go down in recent weeks and months and like more toward the land?
Yeah, I think it's cyclical, and you'd have to ask, Iran why they're picking what they're picking. But I think we're a very hard target because we move, and some of those land-based targets are not as difficult because they're obviously fixed. So, I think I understand that Iran would probably want to go after things that they have a higher confidence level that they can attack.
And I'm told by a source familiar, Jake, that the situation is still very dynamic. You have these strikes in Iran right now. There could be more strikes. The source telling me that the military is in a wait-and-see mode. Now, here on top of the USS Abraham Lincoln, we know there will be defensive light operations here. In just a few hours from now, it's midnight over here on the ship. And so we're keeping an eye out for that. But that could also change to offensive strikes, depending on what the military decides to do. And it's interesting, Jake, given all the news that has happened with what the president has been saying today, that it's over, and all of the heightened rhetoric, as a reporter here on board the ship, I'm often the one telling people here about what's happening, that they're really not paying that close of attention to the actual rhetoric. What they're paying attention to is what the orders that come down are, and just what they know, what they can see on their radars, and what the different threats are. But in terms of the rhetoric and the back and forth, this captain of the ship, he called that background noise. Jake?
All right, CNN covering this as only
Bahrain
CNN
participating in tonight's U.S. strikes against Iran,
according
to Saudi Arabia.
Iran. And Pamela
that means more people are going to be striking
him.
to
all of you, and Pamela, stay
and
safe.
that news will be tightening around him.
We're going to go live to Tehran now, where CNN senior international correspondent Fred Pleitkin is. Fred, as you know, it's past midnight there now. What are you seeing and hearing as the U.S. begins strikes on Iran once again?
Hi there, Jimmy. You're absolutely right. It's exactly 1 minute past midnight here on the ground in Tehran. As you can see behind me here in the city itself, traffic is still fairly normal. We're not hearing any explosions or anything of that nature. It seems as though these airstrikes are going on once again in the south of Iran. And there's sort of some reports that we're getting in from official media, from government media, also from social media as well. And it seems as though some of these strikes, Jim, are once again, like they were yesterday, centered around the Strait of Hormuz, that arch of the Strait of Hormuz, the northern tip of the Strait of Hormuz. There, of course, you have that port town of Bandar Abbas, which is used by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy. There's a big port there. And then there's Sirik, which is an island, or a town, an island off the Strait of Hormuz. And there also, we've heard that some explosions have been happening there as well. Of course, we do have from CENTCOM that statement from U.S. Central Command that they are conducting these operations right now. What we've been hearing from the Iranians, they haven't officially commented on this, they haven't reacted to this yet, is they say that there is going to be a strong response coming from the Iranian side to any new attacks launched by the United States. The Iranians, of course, yesterday said they also launched some attacks, some retaliatory attacks, after the U.S. bombed places in the Strait of Hormuz, and the Iranians certainly saying that a strong response will be coming to any military action taken by the United States. Jeff.
Fred, let me ask you this, because you were in the midst of those multi-day the funeral procession for the late leader Ali Khamenei. When you've been speaking to members of the Iranian public, but also your conversations with Iranian officials, in general, is there a sense of defiance in the face of these ongoing and now expanding U.S. strikes?
Well, I would certainly say that there's definitely a sense of defiance, especially if you look at where the Islamic Republic of Iran stands right now. I mean, one of the things that we always have to point out is, of course, there are people who are opposed to the leaders of the Islamic Republic of Iran. But if you look at the supporters of the government here, of the Islamic Republic, they certainly feel that they've been galvanized. And we certainly have seen that here on the ground over the past couple of days as these funeral ceremonies have been taking place. And of course, one of the things that we have to point out, Jim, is that we're just hours away of the final major funeral procession for Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who of course was killed in that airstrike at the beginning of the U.S. and Israel's war against Iran. That's going to happen in Mashhad in the east of Iran. So definitely still a very important event that's going to happen. But certainly if you speak to the supporters, you speak to the officials, they will say that they believe that right now Iran, the Islamic Republic of Iran, is in a stronger position than it was before, notwithstanding the fact that a lot of their Navy was destroyed, a lot of their Air Force was destroyed. They believe that just because they have that chokehold on the Strait of Hormuz, they are more defiant than before. They believe that their missiles and drones have proved to be more effective than many people would have thought. They believe they have what it takes to stand up to the United States, and certainly believe that they can outlast the U.S. in a sort of lower intensity war like the strikes that we've been seeing over the past couple of days.
Yeah, that's the inverted math of asymmetric warfare, isn't it? Before we go, Fred, what is the view in Tehran of the progress, or if not the progress, just the prospect of progress in peace negotiations?
That's a really interesting question. I think a really important question, because it really depends on who you ask here on the ground. Certainly, there are a lot of people who tell you, look, we're tired of sanctions. We're tired of living, not being able to live out our full potential. A lot of people will tell you that. A lot of people would look forward to sanctions relief. But there's, quite frankly, also people that we've been speaking to here on the ground who say that they believe that negotiations with the United States and the work to try and achieve some sort of agreement were a mistake on the part of the political leadership of the Islamic Republic of Iran. If you look, for instance, at the foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, he's been getting some serious backlash from hardliners who say they believe that the sacrifices, as they put it, of their military would have been in vain if some sort of agreement with the United States is reached, certainly one where the Islamic Republic would make a lot of concessions. So there really is a multitude of views here. But right now, I would also say that there is definitely a degree of pessimism as to the prospect of this memorandum of understanding surviving, and then, of course, leading to those larger negotiations that could then lead to a broader peace agreement, or a larger agreement that would see sanctions relief for the for Iran, but then also, of course, possibly restrictions on Iran's nuclear program as well.
Yeah, they haven't even gotten to the truly intractable issues, such as the future of Iran's nuclear program. Fred, please stand by there in Tehran. I want to bring in former...
There's not going to be, it's just going back to this dude, they're not going to have a nuke program if we bomb the living bejesus out of them. Not going to have anything. Because they've been bombed. To high hell. Really? Really? You're going to not let me see that video? I have to go find this somewhere else. Speaking of people I haven't found, I still haven't seen Tio today. I'm trying to find the thing. She starts talking about communism. And I kind of wanted to just throw that on there about, we're talking about how close it is. And now for the life of me, I can't find it on YouTube. She put it up on X. So I'll have to figure out a way of getting off of X in a little bit. I'm looking for the video. I'm just going to drop the link. I guess I could take a minute. Maybe I'll throw on something really quick so I have... I'll log into X over here for y'all. And in the meantime... Here's Iran threaten the United States and other places while we wait.
And chaos. Humanity has come too far as a species to allow a lawless bully to take us back to the law of the jungle. The Islamic Republic of Iran calls on the Security Council to convene an emergency session to unequivocally
maybe that was the issue.
Condemn the criminal act of aggression by the United States against Iran and to hold the administration in Washington accountable for its violations of fundamental principles of United Nations Charter and of norms of international law. The responsibility of the IAEA and its Director General.
People should just ask him, hey, you went and bombed a bunch of people. Does that count as something? You killed a bunch of people.
Clearer than ever. We call on the IAEA Board of Governors to immediately convene and carry out its legal responsibility in response to the dangerous U.S. attack on Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities, all of which have been under the agency's full safeguards and monitoring. The world must not forget that it was the United States which, in the midst of a process to forge a diplomatic outcome, betrayed diplomacy by supporting the genocidal Israeli regime's launch of an illegal war of aggression on the Iranian nation. Not content with such malign actions, the United States itself has now also opted for a dangerous military operation and aggression against the people of Iran. In doing so, the U.S. administration holds sole and full responsibility for the consequences of its actions, including the Islamic Republic of Iran's right to self-defense under the principles of the United Charter. In accordance with the UN Charter and its provisions allowing a legitimate response in self-defense, Iran reserves all options to defend its security interests and people. Thank you very much.
We will now be taking questions. We'd like to start with the Associated Press.
Yeah, look at this prick. Can't even pour his own water. He's got to have someone else do it for him. Yeah, no one's going to listen to the guy who just attacked a bunch of people. Try to. There we go. Now
President for doing this, Iris Tao with NTD, with a sister media with the Epoch Times. Okay. On communism, you've been issuing a wake-up call to Americans at home about the dangers of communism. And now you're speaking on the world stage. What's your message to people both living under communist and socialist regimes, but also people living under democracies like in Europe and America who might not have realized how close communism has come to home?
Yeah, that's a great question, actually. But look, I want to get the word out, because what's forming is communism in the country. Communism's easy to sell. I would be the greatest communist in history. I'd be right up there with Lenin. I'd be as good as anybody. You've got free rent for the rest of your life. What they don't say is that you'll be living in squalor in 12 months. You've got the free house. Would anybody like to have a free house? We'll take it away from somebody. We'll give it to you. You'll have murders all over the place. Communism's a disaster. It's been proven to be for thousands of years under different names, but same thing. It's very important. And you know, it's funny. One of the reasons I do so well with Hispanic people, I set a record, Republicans. I get great numbers for the election, helped me get elected in a landslide, the Hispanics, because a lot of them came from countries that were essentially communist. You know, whether you call them radical socialists or communists is not that much, but there's a little difference. When they say social democrats, we're social democrats, it sounds so nice. It's not nice, it's a very dangerous term. So I do talk about it, and I talk about it on TikTok, and I talk about it everywhere. I talk about it here. And you're right, it has become international, but it's never worked, and it's not going to work. What is working is the United States. So think of it, we have more jobs than we've ever had. People are making more money than they've ever made. I'm talking about workers now. I'm talking about workers. They're making higher salaries than they've ever made before. It's just the best system, and it's got flaws, but everything's going to have a little flaw, but it's been amazing. And when I watch what's happening and I see these lowlifes getting, I mean, they're lowlifes. I watch them. I know good people. I know quality people. These are essentially lowlifes. And when I see what they're talking, I think they're very dangerous in many ways. And I've said it, and then I said, boy, that's a pretty big statement. Then I realized, a couple of people said, I think you're probably right. I think this country, with this thing that's going around, is in more danger than it was during World War I, World War II. If you talk about September 11th, if you talk about Pearl Harbor, that was big danger. I think the concept of us going communist, because one thing that happens when you go communist, you never come back, never comes back. You die in squalor. You die a horrible death. You die in squalor.
I thought she was a Romulan.
And it gets very evil and very nasty.
Anyways, there's a thing about communism I wanted to share.
I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people. And they're vicious, violent people. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they'd use it. As far as I'm concerned, it's over. I'll speak to our negotiators. They want to negotiate. They're good people. Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner. But they have to come back to me. As far as I'm concerned, it's just a waste of time dealing with them. They're liars. We make a deal. And if I make a deal with him, we have a deal. And he goes out, he talks. We make a deal. Everyone's agreed. No nuclear weapon. We make a deal. They go outside, talk to the press. They say, we never even talked about it. There's something wrong with them. They're cuckoo. As far as I'm concerned, it's over.
Well, because, again, they're a war cult that overturned the other regime and killed a bunch of people, right? Like, it's not really surprising that that's what they're doing.
Vote our way into communism. Gotta fight our way out.
Thank you very much, Dark Horseman. Appreciate you being a member for 11 months, almost a whole year. Really quickly, since people brought this up to me, a Davidsonville school bus crash happened. The school bus carrying 28 elementary students collided with a car in Anne Armadillo County. 17 students released from the scene, 2 taken to the hospital with minor injuries, 9 more evaluated as of precaution. 3 people in other vehicles, including 2 children, were also injured. That is that bus crash. So there you go. Not as bad as it's bad, but not as bad as some people are saying. Thank you for being also a member for 36 months.
3 years, let's go. Oh, ooh.
Under another name. Uh-oh. His name was Otto. He had a motto. Probably not. Probably not. Oh, X, I think you on drugs today. Think you are on the crack. We lost the World Cup, bomb them. That'd be funny. They got direction to CENTCOM Command-in-Chief U.S. Central Command Forces have started conducting additional strikes in Iran, further degrade their ability, threaten freedom of navigation. Again, the place we should be hitting, which I don't know why we're not yet, is just start taking on infrastructure. Be like, oh yeah, there's a substation gone. All right, well, you want to keep doing it? All right. There's a water filtration place gone. Next.
Boy.
Do you like some borscht? Do you want to have the borscht tonight? Thank you very much, Tricky, for being here for 6
Someone
minutes.
tell the Iranians my wood chipper is hungry.
I mean, someone said the leaflet thing was not such a terrible idea, actually. Oh, about what was going on with the 16 kids? Yeah, that was pretty goddamn terrible. For anyone that doesn't know, I put up a short the other day talking about a case in Ohio. Let me see if there's an update to that. Wow. Okay. So Law and Crime has a thing that they just put up, which hopefully they don't try to copyright strike me because, well, I mean, it's an interview. Let me go see if I can figure out by somebody else, because Law and Crime, for some odd reason, likes to copyright strike people on stuff that they actually can't copyright strike people on, like a press conference. Talk amongst yourselves. Yes, I just talked about the bus crash. There's not any video of it right now. Just a few little short clips. Which, isn't it a school bus full of kids? I'm not sure I really want to see a. I'm not sure I really want to see 30 hurt children.
The children are safe. They have been placed. We have some other issues we're still dealing with for their safety, but they are currently in a good situation and are being protected. The last thing I want to mention very quickly, particularly for our local community folks, is this is an intra-family situation. This is not human trafficking. There is nothing to put our other children at risk. This has clearly involved a multi-generational family in a very limited situation.
We all know it is incest, right? Like, that's what I'm expecting to find.
We know the early reports came out that some of this might be going on, but we want to assure the public that their children in Vinton County are safe and they do not have to worry about these defendants. I will now turn it over to Attorney General Andy Wilson.
Sure. Sorry about that. I just wanted to touch on what the prosecutor had said. Yesterday, I know everybody's got a lot of questions. The nature of the crimes, we have a lot of hurdles that are real sensitive that we want to get you guys information as quick as we can, but the age range of the kids there's a lot of specific hurdles involved in this crime. We will get you that information as soon as we can. We just want to let you know that, also to touch back on that the community is safe. They're just as safe as the day before you learned that this had happened. And we're still working on it, and we're going to do the best we can to make sure you guys are informed. So, thank you.
Okay, I'm Andy Wilson, Ohio's Attorney General. I want to open up by saying, like I did yesterday, like I do every time I talk about a criminal case that's just been charged, that under our American criminal justice system, everybody who is charged is cloaked in the presumption of innocent, and they remain innocent unless and until they are taken into court and proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That being said, I'm coming to this press conference directly from the Sheriff's Office, where I had the opportunity again to sit down with Sheriff's Office detectives and with some of our BCI agents. And I was briefed, again, updated on the status of the investigation and the case. And I actually had the opportunity today to look at some of the evidence of the case. I was out at the scene with our agents and the detectives yesterday, so I saw the location, I saw the condition that it was in. Some of the evidence, well, yesterday when I saw the location, the kids were already gone. They were being treated at the hospital. The evidence I got to see today was some evidence where the initial discovery of the children was captured or documented. And again, I've done these types of cases for a long time. And I've been in incredibly poverty-stricken areas in the inner city. I've been in poverty-stricken areas in rural Ohio. And I've just never seen anything like I saw today with respect to those kids. As we sat and we talked about, as the team kind of talked about it, it really looked third world. It's the type of thing that we're not used to seeing here in America, where our children are really our most precious resource, and we have an obligation as parents, guardians, and custodians
We'll go back to the Iran stuff after this.
To ensure that they are safe, that they are well fed, that they have safe conditions to live in. That's what we expect here in America. And again, what I saw today in the evidence, what I've seen up to this point in this case is just almost beyond comprehension that this stuff can happen in our country, and that it can happen in a house at the hands of people who are in charge of taking care of kids. In looking at the evidence, I can tell you without hesitation that a lot of credit has to go to local law enforcement, to Ohio BCI. I have the superintendent of BCI, Bruce Pijanowski, with me here today, and I have the on-scene supervisor, Jim Mulford, who really was his team that put this case together and worked with local sheriffs, deputies, and sheriff detectives in putting this investigation together. And they took it to the prosecutor's office to get the warrant, or at least have the warrant approved. And the reason I say that is because, again, a lot of credit goes to the men and women of this investigative team, because I'm telling you, in what I've seen up to this point, I think if they would have waited another 24 hours, there was a very high probability that we'd be dealing with a death or multiple deaths of these children. Now, I'm not going to go specifically into the medical conditions of the kids, other to say that is, since the discovery of this situation, as you heard the prosecutor say yesterday, our number one concern has been the physical well-being of those children. Several of the children were
so is the grandfather
examined and treated.
So is the wife.
Children.
So is the grandmother.
7 of them were taken to Columbus hospitals, and as I told you yesterday, I think at least 2 of them were care flighted. Those children, again, continue. We continue to treat and make sure that they are okay. Their physical well-being is our number one concern, but we also have to be concerned with their mental and emotional well-being as well. And I can tell you, on behalf of the investigative team, on behalf of the prosecutor, on the sheriff's office, that is the number one priority, is make sure that these kids are taken care of physically, mentally, and emotionally. And part of that, as you heard the prosecutor say, is making sure that they are placed, that custody of these children is removed from the people who did this to them, and that these kids are placed in safe, loving environments where, again, it's going to take a lot of work to address the emotional harm and some of the issues that are going to result from this. But we need to make sure that those kids are surrounded and loved and supported by people who truly care for them. And we talked to the investigative team this morning, and it appears from the evidence in this case that these kids have been in a position where people they should have been able to trust to take care of them have failed them. Not only failed them, but harmed them. And it's now up to us to stand up for those kids. And you saw that yesterday from the detectives and the agents who went in and removed the kids from this physical location. But now it's on the system, and working with Prosecutor Archer and talking with him through the case, he understands fully that one of the best ways that you can help these kids, one of the best ways that you can address their long-term emotional and mental needs is by holding accountable the people who harm them. And talking to him about the evidence, and talking to him about his plan for the case. I am confident that he is dedicated to seeing that justice is done for these kids, and that the community, again, remains safe for everybody. We have offered the help of the Ohio Attorney General's office any way we can. We have our Special Prosecutions Division, and I have Jimmy Lowe, who's the Deputy Attorney General for Law Enforcement. He's been down with us all morning. We've offered up
platform?
Prosecutors from our Special Prosecution Division to assist, and I believe we're gonna partner in helping with that case. But our role is one of support and leveraging our resources. I want to thank Governor Mike DeWine. I talked to Governor DeWine a couple times yesterday. I talked to Kara Winty, who is the director of the Department of Children and Youth, ensuring that the needs of these kids, the placement of these kids, because as you can imagine, placing 16 kids in a county of this size taxes the resources. I have assurances from the governor and from the Department of Children and Youth, the governor's staff, that they will provide whatever we need, whatever resources we need to support these kids and help protect these kids. The other thing I want to say is this, as the prosecutor said, this is isolated to an interfamilial event. The citizens of this community don't have to worry about their kids being part of this, or somebody out there in addition to this that may be doing harm to their kids. But if anybody out there has information about this family and about these kids, if they call the Ohio Attorney General's office, and we'll have that number here available after this press conference. They call the Ohio Attorney General's office to our tip line. We certainly will get that to BCI, and we will want to talk to you as the investigation moves forward. So with that, I certainly appreciate the good work of everybody involved in this case. And Steve, I think at this point I'm going to just turn it over to a few questions.
Attorney General Wilson, I'll start real quick because I think it would be helpful for others to know. You said yesterday that this family has been traveling and has been here for I don't know how long a period of time. Can you talk about how long they've been in Benton County, and then can you share any information about where they have been prior to perhaps help other families in other parts of the country that may see this and wonder, wait, the Siders were living here and I'm worried about what might have happened in my hometown. What
Sure.
They live in here? Where do they come from?
Sure. We know that they have ties to Gallia County. There was some talk that they may have been down in Pike County. There was some talk that possibly they're in Jackson County. There's some talk that they were up in Wisconsin for a little bit. And it appears that they've been back here in Benton County for about 4 years.
Was Elizabeth the mother of all of these children, and how were you guys tipped off by this?
Yeah, I'm not going to answer that because it's an ongoing investigation.
Attorney General, can you said the conditions.
There's that bus crash in Baltimore.
Can you describe
brakes failed. Hit a building. It's charter bus.
It's almost indescribable.
City bus?
Something like that. The sheriff was on the scene as well. I probably ought to have him come up, but boy,
I was seeing livestock live.
Yeah.
Mostly kept better.
So you kind of got to come up, yeah.
As I was saying, most of our livestock was kept in better conditions than the children. It was extremely high presence, I'm sure, of bacterial and human feces. It was just a disgusting scene.
Can I ask for both of you, what did you feel like walking through there? Not necessarily what it looked like or the description, but what was going through your mind?
So it was disgusting even where the kids weren't. I would think it's typical. Most law enforcement have experience with homes in a similar fashion. A large number of people, though, the children were kept in a roughly 12 by 12 area. It seems like is where they've spent
feet keeps dying.
Most of the last 4 years, and that's what it looks like. In a weird way, you're hit with two emotions. There is joy when we realize that we're about to change 16 lives for the better. But you're also It's hard.
She was live a second ago.
Towards the children, and did they ever go
That's still part of the ongoing investigation.
Yeah, yeah. So I'll answer. That's part of the ongoing investigation. We can't answer that. I will tell you this. There isn't much evidence that kids live there. We talked to some of the neighbors. We talked to some of the people from the neighborhood. These people have been here for about 4 years, and we've talked to some people who live in the neighborhood who said, I had no idea that kids were even there. And talking about, somebody asked about, to describe the conditions, adding on to what the sheriff said. I didn't actually go into the room where the kids were. I just looked through the door. That was yesterday. I can still smell it. I can't get the smell. I cannot get the smell off of me or away from me right now. We were just talking about that a little while ago. And then we were talking as a group about some of the evidence we looked at today where they actually discovered the kids and found the kids. And it's not that different than those old commercials you see of like kids in Africa, like just where they were covered in bugs and squatting and had that like distant look in
squalor.
In their eyes.
The word he was looking for was squalor.
It is absolutely terrible. And again, we got to make sure the kids are safe. We got to make sure they're placed in good, solid therapeutic placements, and we have to hold accountable the people who are willing to do this to their own family.
Were the kids enrolled in school?
No.
Are there any warning signs that investigators
Jesus, sorry, Gator.
Considering that this was happening in our community?
I want to give you flashbacks.
Unnoticed. What is being done about that looking ahead?
Yeah, well, obviously, we'll look at every single case and look at lessons you can learn or how you can do it better so conditions don't repeat themselves. So we're certainly looking at that. Again, the evidence shows that these folks were pretty good at hiding these kids. And I think you're going to see that part of the reason they were hiding these kids is they knew that these kids were neglected. They knew that if anybody actually knew what was going on, these kids probably would have been removed and they would have lost the kids. So they were pretty adept at keeping these kids out of sight and out of the eyes, out of investigators' eyes. But we have an obligation, and again, that's one of the things I talked to Kara Winty about yesterday at Department of Children and Youth. We always have an obligation to go back and look at these situations and look at areas where we can make improvements. And having worked with Governor DeWine for a long time, I know that's exactly what he does in every single case. So we'll go back and look at the full case and full investigation. Really, right now, I told the investigative team this morning, even though this all blew up yesterday, we're really just at the beginning of all of this. We're dealing with making sure the kids are safe, making sure that the kids get placed, gathering the evidence, doing the search warrants, taking in the property, doing all of the casework type of stuff we have to do. I'm certain that down the road we'll look broader at those type of issues as well.
How did the system or any mandatory reporter become aware of this, or was this done directly by law enforcement and when it came to the sheriff department first, or how did you guys learn about it?
Yeah, all I can tell you on that part is there was an investigation, there was a parallel investigation going on for something else that led law enforcement to that house on the search warrant, and they went into the house on the search warrant and discovered this.
Should all the kids survive, and are they hospitalized?
So as of this morning, some were basically examined and released last night. Some were admitted to Columbus hospitals last night. I know that there was one that was in ICU, that was in critical condition, was intubated at one point, and I don't know who all's been released and who hasn't, other than the 7 were stayed overnight.
Would the children be isolated like this when you rescued them? Were they able to talk and communicate?
That's one of the challenges we're facing during the... That's one of the challenges we're facing. That's why there's kind of contributes to a lack of information. It's one of the investigative challenges we have to face is that they are limited. They can communicate, but it's extremely limited, and some not at all at the moment.
Are any of these children that are they found on Amber Alerts, missing kids platforms or anything like that?
Well, because no one knew that they were even there. Like, why would there be an Amber Alert?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. But.
So as they were doing the search warrant yesterday and moving property, they literally were about to fall through the floor. So, yeah.
Was there any indication that the kids were involved in public life for education prior to moving to the county?
Not at this time, no.
How long is this investigation going on? Were there any complaints that were made to local child welfare authorities?
Well, again, I'm talking about the part of the investigation that got us to the search warrant, and that was an ongoing cooperative investigation that had gone on. Again, something unrelated. It wasn't about the welfare of these 16 kids. At that point, we didn't know that there was going to be 16 kids there.
You think there's more than 16?
Again, when they talk to people, people were like, "No, I haven't seen any kids. I haven't seen any kids there." So some of that.
People are thinking there might be more in the backyard
out there with respect to the parallel investigation. That was going on. I don't know. It was a joint effort between Vinton County and BCI. What, maybe a month? Maybe a month, 6 weeks. But that was not related to the conditions of the house or the welfare. Literally, they were coming to the culmination of that other investigation, which led them to do a search warrant at that house.
Are there birth certificates for the children?
Yeah.
Are there birth certificates for the children? Anything on record?
We're still part of the investigation.
That's still part of the investigation. That's something we're working on.
How exactly are the 4 defendants related to each other? I don't want to make an assumption here.
Yeah, I think we can jump in. Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Grandma, grandpa, father, and mother at this point. That's what we know.
So is it fair to say that what led you to find those kids was a parallel ongoing investigation at that time?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a correct statement.
Absolutely.
Can we expect more charges for these people?
It's possible.
Yeah, obviously it's an ongoing investigation, and there could be more charges as we continue to uncover evidence and talk about
Will
this.
this girl have any more protection in jail? Any type of protection?
We're currently at the regional jail. They are aware of their crimes and or the allegation of their crimes, and appropriately are treating them as any other inmate accused of those crimes are while in population.
How could these children have gone to school necessarily for several years and no one checked on them? There was no record of them?
Yeah, I don't know if you were here for this part, but they clearly were bouncing around a little bit. So that's part of the investigation we're still working on, and that's why I ask, if people out in the community have information about this family, we certainly want that information. And Steve, what's the number?
855-BCI Ohio.
855-BCI Ohio. 855-BCI Ohio.
And how were you able to acquire the dates of birth? Were you able to get hospital records, or were some of these children born inside that home?
So there's no evidence that any of the children were born inside that home, although that is something that they were initially investigating once they discovered this. But they were able to obtain that from outside sources.
Okay, and the first victim, it shows that they are 18 years old. Why is that in a child endangerment charge?
Yeah, I think that's good.
Good question. The young person's mental capacity, she is, we believe, developmentally disabled. Couldn't even spell her name at 18, and so she is developmentally still a minor.
Is it possible that that might be Tuesday?
She's not all there upstairs, if you will.
Well, you don't go to school, you can't be educated.
Did these children know how to read and write?
No, she couldn't write her name, you idiot.
Yeah, again, we're working through that right now. Some of these children couldn't even speak. Yeah, so I mean, we're talking. This is very. It was terrible. I mean, they really. It looked like almost feral animals. It was terrible. So when we're talking reading and writing and education, we're talking a whole nother level of expectations here. Like it's hard enough just to get these kids to be able to the 18-year-old can't spell her name.
Attorney General, real quick, it sounds like an almost impossible scenario for law enforcement. If you don't know, and things are happening inside a home, and I'm sure you all can appreciate that. Is there anything to say to other communities that, neighbors like to be neighborly and not infringe and live and let live and all the things, but this sounds rather awful, obviously. happening anywhere else, but it very well could be. What are some things you can touch on that front? Maybe some recommendations just to keep an eye out, and if you see something really strange?
It's very important. If you see something suspicious or you have a gut feeling, there's no harm in calling
They
us.
weren't homeschooled either. There's like no education. They just kind of kept them there.
Bother them or whatever reason that they feel in their mind. But when you see something or you think something's odd, there's nothing wrong with calling us so we can start documenting it. Maybe it brings it to the patrol officer's mind. Just keep an eye on the house. Maybe he's catching something. But yeah, if you there's no reason not to call the sheriff's office if you feel like there's nothing too small. We will look into it.
Sure.
That's a hell of a reference, Reaper.
They were in a 12 by 12 inch room. Was there a cage?
No, well, foot, but that was an approximation, by the way.
Was there a cage?
No.
They were only being kept in there by the door, the household door. We're getting a little bit.
That's.
Was there any previous involvement?
Can you discuss the case with us so we can F it up before?
Again, that's part of what we're running down right now. We look, like I told you, we're looking at the criminal investigation. We're looking at the placement and protection of the kids, and part of the longer-term investigation is figuring out who's known what about these kids.
Did Elizabeth Sider birth any or all of these children? And is she a victim herself?
That is all still part of the ongoing investigation.
Oh,
At this
God!
time, can't continue.
It's going to be multiple generations of incest.
Property owner. I think that's an important
It's going to be like that guy from Game of Thrones.
Responsible for the property. It looked
You
like
know,
everyone passed away last
where
April.
the fat guy took one of them.
So at this point, we're continuing to look at that, but the deeded owner is actually the deceased woman's trust.
Do we know what the next steps are?
Bus lost its brakes
That's all we're going to do.
in
So
Baltimore.
thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Sam, you dumb bastard.
Okay, so officials giving a lot of information there on the situation where 16 children ages 1 to 18. We do know that the 18-year-old is a girl, and the Attorney General, the Sheriff, both saying that she could barely write her name or even speak. So they have a lot of work to do to figure out what is going on here.
Is that who it was,
So the 4
Gardner?
suspects right now, Gary Siders Sr., Gary Siders Jr., Christina Siders, and Elizabeth Siders, all 4 in jail now on $300,000 bond. They ask if you know anything about this family, maybe recognize the names. They said they hopped around a bit. Call 855-BCI Ohio. Attorney General Andy Wilson had a lot to say, saying they were in deplorable conditions, a third world, beyond comprehension, and that if police hadn't stepped in within the next 24 hours or so, they may have been dealing with the death of one of these children. So our Todd Dykes was in that room asking those questions. He's going to have more on this case as we work to find out more about these children and the situation moving forward. We do have to talk about the heat. We're going to talk to meteorologists.
No, we don't. We don't have to talk about the heat. So Baltimore had a bus crash. The brakes failed. 30 people injured. I can pull up more stuff of that too if you want. We can go back to the Iran stuff because I do have an update on that. At least I did. Where the hell did I go? I'm not having too many goddamn tabs up. It looks like multiple places are being hit with Iran even as we speak. Oh, Dr. Sayas, what is this? What is this? That is details in the Sadir's case. I don't know about that one yet, but I'll go back to that in a second. Go look up Iran stuff. I don't think 30,000 is enough. I mean, I did hear about the Appalachian incest thing. But I have a feeling we're going to find out the reason they didn't let him go to school or say anything is all of a sudden, the oldest got pregnant, started popping out kids. They're like, well, shit, we can't be having that. Better keep them home. And then it just kept happening. So. Oh, where the hell was the thing I was just reading? So it looks like we hit one of the airports too in Iran. That's what I was actually looking for. I mean, again, I'm not going to be surprised when we figure out that there's some of them that have died that were in the yard or wherever they were previously, that some of those children might have died. What's going on, number one?
Civil rights group LULAC is offering a $5,000 reward for any information telling them more details of what happened here yesterday morning. So the push for video comes as the family spoke today in a press conference saying that 52-year-old Lorenzo Salgado Arrojo was a good man. In a statement to Fox 26, an ICE spokesperson claimed the targeted operation turned violent when Salgado attempted to evade arrest, rammed an operational vehicle, and weaponized his van against an officer, promoting that officer to fire in self-defense. But Connor Hagan with the FBI confirmed to me this afternoon that his office is strictly leading an investigation into a potential assault on a federal law enforcement officer. Meantime, the Department of Homeland Security's Office of Inspector General is leading the investigation into the agent-involved shooting. The DA's office released a statement
the amount
saying
of F's
although
I give on that
access to key evidence
RTG
is under federal control, they're investigating what's available to them and will review any information within their reach.
Just sickened and disheartened for the loss of a good man, a man who worked 35 years to support his family, a man without a criminal record. It's just devastating news to hear that.
Well, he was here illegally.
Sure
He had a criminal
the family
record.
has told the truth, and that to ensure that this doesn't happen again, and to hold people accountable. That is what we're looking for, and that's what we're asking. Yes, that the two investigations, should happen. But what's more important is for the truth to be revealed to the community as soon as possible.
Look, I'm going to be really honest here. I don't give a flying F about that dude. He tried to hit a cop with his car. He got shot. He was here illegally for 35 years. He had 35 years to get off of his ass and become a citizen, right? 35 years to do it, apparently. Maybe, just maybe, he was probably connected to something where they went after him, right? Throwing that one out there. So, U.S. military now conducting strikes in Arlan Shah, a city located deep inside Iran. Iran says the U.S. struck the airport, killing a firefighter on scene. I feel like an Iranian firefighter is just some dude with a bucket. You know, and speaking of the Middle East, right? Speaking of the Middle East, I was thinking about something earlier, and that was how Altered Carbon purposely on the Netflix adaptation took out the stuff about the Islamic people. So in the books for Altered Carbon, they referred to them as the Beards. And not only they refer to them as the Beards, but they talk about their religion and how if you're one of the Beards, not only are you not allowed to get stacked, but you're also not allowed to possess them. And if they find them, they destroy them, right? Anyways, sorry. Something I was just thinking about the other day. That's right, Tricky. Couldn't have that happen. He could have stopped. But as you can see, the crowd out there for the Houston thing, not that many people at all. Not a lot of people out there. And I don't think it's going to be that big of a story. I think it's going to become one of those things where unless somebody's pumping money into it to have it take off, nobody's going to give a shit. I think they're going to be like, oh yeah, he's dead. Oh, okay. Try to hit an officer. All right. End the story. Especially in Texas. And especially where they were in Houston. Highly doubt they care. Highly doubt. 30 years? You have more than enough time. Become a citizen in the country. You were here legally for 35 years. You had more than enough time to do something. Again, attacks targets Isham Airport in southern Iran. Initial reports, no confirmed damage, though, allegedly. Though, I mean, if we're hitting airports right now in Iran and taking out the airfields, that's right, Garden. That's right, buddy. Again, this show is sponsored by wonderful people like you. If you guys want to throw in some dollar dues, get that bar filled. I have not seen a full bar in a long time. That would make my night, and I'd very much appreciate it. Iran state media reports again the firefighter that was killed following the U.S. Central Command precision strike on the facility of the airport in southern Iran, southeastern Iran. Casualties occurred as local emergency crews rushed to contain a major blaze targeted by the heavy bombardment. So let me get this straight. You have a bombardment happening, and you know it's going to keep happening. So you send people into the area where the bombs are dropping, and then you get surprised that they died. I mean, I'm as preposterous as you. How could I possibly be surprised about that? What do you think that he's going to do with this car? I don't know. I think he's about to try to hit people and he's going to run. That's what he was going to do. I'm moving back to Iran. We already saw what's going on with the bus stuff. Not really much more there we can add. It's just people being pulled out now. Yes, so much. And they purposely took out, like, as I mentioned before, the stuff with, the beards, as they called them. If nothing was hidden, burning why send firefighters? Good question. I, for one, do not know. Right, exactly, Walter. Everybody's saying, like, something here doesn't really add up, right? So within the last 13 minutes, at least 2 strikes took place in the Golestan province in northern Iran. Can I pop this thing out so I don't have to dick with it? Yes. Why, yes, I can. Yes. Oh. I was like, what the hell is that noise? Yuffie's mowing. She's mowing so I can make the money. Otherwise I'd be mowing. No, it doesn't add up in Iran whatsoever. I'm looking for more Iran stuff right now. That's the only thing I'm really paying attention to at this moment. So Trump came out and said, with talking about other countries, when they had a chance and opportunity to help us with Iran, they chose not to. But we are kind of forgetting about that. Now they all want to help us with Iran so badly. People say, are you going to pull more U.S. troops out of Europe? Trump then turned around and said, I haven't made that final determination. A lot is going on. Depends on Greenland. Some will depend on Iran. If we have troops already over there, we can just take said troops and lateral them over, right? We have to move them all the way from the United States. So Trump's saying they want to make a deal so badly, but do they? Does Iran want to make a deal? I don't see Iran wanting to make a deal. I see Iran trying to play this long game of, oh, well, today we'll say yes, but tomorrow we don't know, right? And then on top of it, the other thing a lot of people aren't really talking about is that we have the IRGC, which doesn't want to make a deal whatsoever because it's a Islamic radical group, right? They help take over the country that wants to kill Americans and other people, right? So no matter what the government says, I think the IRGC is going to go tell them what to go do, right? Oh, well, we're trying to find peace. The IRGC comes in. Yeah, no, that's not happening. Oh, but we want to make peace. Yeah, we don't care. I did not see that. The thing just sent me, but I will see it soon. So the biggest thing right now is that they're talking about is a firefighter was killed over there in Iran. Again, I don't care. You just killed a bunch of sailors who were just moving oil. I don't care about your firefighter. Also, when bombs are dropping, it's not really good again to send the firefighter where the bomb is coming in. Now, I am no firefighter, but I think there are some in my audience who can vouch for that and say, yeah, we kind of have this thing of safety, and if we know something's going to explode, some of us don't think it's a good idea to go stand there with their thumb up our ass. Kind of a bad look, right? Kind of a bad idea. Yes, the issue is the terrorists don't want peace, right? So the terrorists want to kill everybody who's not with them, right? Any of the Islam, whatever you want to call them, terrorists or xenophobic people or whatever you want to call them, extremists, a bunch of words, but yeah, they want to kill anybody who's not them, right? So that's kind of the issue we're dealing with. So how do you negotiate with them? Well, you don't. You're negotiating with whoever the hell was left. It could be the guy who's in charge of the garbage, right? Currently in Iran that we're talking to because everyone else is dead. And then we turn around and be like, here you go. Here you go. Breaking new details in the Siders case. New details emerge regarding the tragic passing of twins born to Gary Jr. Elizabeth Siders in November 2022. According to record of the Ohio Department of Health, here at the facts, the twin girls named Bailey Lee Siders, Faith Lee Siders, were born at Riverside Methodist Hospital. Medical records indicate the twins were delivered approximately 24 weeks in castration. The infants were identified as conjured Therapeutics twins, meaning they were joined at the chest. The twins passed away shortly after birth. Memorial plaque. Oh, okay. That's just sad. I don't know why I was sent that. Oh, that's sad. That's terrible. It's horrible. Why did I have to read that? Why did someone send that to me? Why you do this to make me sad? Poor kids. Let's see. Stir in the skies. Iran is holding its breath, apparently, according to Israeli forces. Startling reports are emerging from Middle East air traffic control. Formidable U.S. Air Force helicopters were currently circling the international waters before the strikes began. Oh, it's almost like, again, you guys made some really piss poor decisions and came back to bite you in the nuts, huh? People are asking how long until Iran responds. I think we're going to keep taking out airports. I think we need to start moving the water. I think we need to start moving electricity. I think we need to start, I know I keep saying we, I guess the U.S. is the proper terminology, needs to move to those things and start doing strikes that are going to make the people start being like, hey, you guys need to make peace because we're all suffering now. But again, the other thing that's kind of hard to do is you have, hey, Julius, you have 30,000 of them that were murdered, not too long ago. So there's a lot of people out there being like, hey, we don't really want to go rise up because I don't want to be shot. Yes, and the desalination plants. It's time to get really thirsty really quickly. Yeah, so most things right now coming out are people talking about, a firefighter was killed. This firefighter was killed. And I think who knows it was really a firefighter, right? The thing is, it could be anybody that's there, right? And they're just using it for sympathy. That is the bitch of the itch when dealing with this. They can drink ocean water. Well, you take out power, you'll take out the plants. They need electricity to run. So if you take out the desalination plants, I'm going to say that they're going to have a hard time finding drinkable water. And if you know, you know. So you can see what I'm saying. latest on Iran. People are saying there are more important things happening. Oh, that's, oof, lady. Holocaust survivor? No way. I highly don't really believe that, to be honest. This person said more important things happening right now. Have you seen what's going on in Iran? Besides, as Mr. Yawansk just told you, AI picks and blah, blah, blah. I don't know if that's true either. People are saying citizens of Iran must rise up. This has been their 1776 moment. Sadly, they are not up to the task. All they want is for America to do the fighting and the dying. And I think that's another problem too. Why, if you have another country willing to come in and do it, why the hell are you going to go, you risk your life? Let some other schmucko do it. Unfortunately, we are said schmuckos. And that is the long and short of it, right? I said that earlier, hell, man. I said, take out the goats. Take out the facility. They'll be really horny really soon. We have to start having sex with each other. Dear to God. That is not what I wanted. Because again, with Iran, they're not going to be able to beat us in a war, right? Like, that's not the thing that's going to happen. Especially since we just keep flying in and blowing shit up and then being like, okay, you done? Then they get more upset. No, they're not. Yeah, the cost of freedom will be blood, and it should be their blood, not ours. Photos of the airport of the fire after U.S. strike in the city of Ishashahar in southeastern Iran. So that's the airport over there getting hit in the airfield, which is why I'm guessing that the airfield will not be usable. Again, 30 minutes ago, Iranian media, one person killed. That would be the at the airport after the strikes, apparently. Which, again, with us doing massive strikes like that, even at an airport, and us only hitting one person, or one person dying and nobody else, is kind of phenomenal. And by the way, apparently there's some freaking alien up there on the screen. I don't know what the hell's going on top of it, but some weird squiggly line up there. But absolutely phenomenal that more people didn't get killed because of that. Yemen information minister warns against using direct flights between Tehran Airport and Sinai Airport as a cover for transferring military support to Houthis, citing the appearance of Iran RGC representatives following the landing of planes carrying more than 200 people. So, are they going to start bringing people in from, is the IRGC bringing people in that are Houthis to fight on the ground? Maybe. Right? Maybe. Maybe that is a space peanut. I don't know. Those are L squiggles. Khamenei's coffin crossed into Iraq, and the size of the crowds are insane, apparently. People celebrated him, so it could be that's also going to be an issue with Iraq trying to get involved too. People are saying they're getting more sources saying the airport has been hit, which again, I think we already know that as we see from the videos coming up. Here's what I don't get. I have more footage and more information than Lookner. I don't understand. Do I gotta start showing my penis? Is that what he's doing? I don't get it. Just a second. Breaking news, everybody. Just a second. Yeah, we're trying to get 10 big ticket items sold at Trappers this month. So if you're waiting to go pick up a gun, if you need to go pick up a case of ammo, a suppressor, whatever, this is the month to do it. Go over there, use Wolf. If you want to go get something laser engraved or Cerakoted, make sure you email them. Let them know. Here's my shekel hounding for right now. But again, that's the airport getting hit. I don't know if that's a new video or not. I feel like it's an old video from somewhere else. Maybe they watch them for the Spurgouts. That could be true. I'm going to guess we turn into a cluster of holes where the stuff can't land or take off anymore. I would say that is a good guess that I would go with. Or are we taking out rail line bridges over there? You almost spit out your coffee when I mentioned penis? Oh, okay. You know, Sun Honey used to be like that too, and then she got too used to me. And Carol, they used to be laughing, and they're like, oh, this damn guy. That's right. I meant penis in the medical term. Yeah, it's their own Burning Man. They're gonna have a guy wander into the flames. So I guess this is the airport that was hit, I believe. kind of a shitty looking airport, but I guess it works. I guess. Penis wrinkle. Yeah, I guess this is the airport that we hit. How bad is it? Who knows? Is it great? Who knows? Is it full of holes? Maybe. What's going on, Tombo? How are you doing, buddy? How was your week and stuff? We haven't seen you. But I will tell you what we do know. It doesn't look like this anymore. I don't think we just blew up the terminal either. I think we probably did some severe damage to the runways. Because if we start putting holes in the runways and you try to get a plane in there, the plane hits the hole, rips off the landing gear, destroys the plane, and kills everyone on board. Now, I understand being Iran, they might do that anyways and then blame it on the Americans. Oh, look what the Americans made us do. We're gonna make you do shit. We're gonna make you do a goddamn thing. People are saying a firefighter was martyred in the U.S. attack. Martyred. Martyred, they say. I would say go ask the chief why he thought sending someone into an area that's still being bombed was a good idea. Seems stupid to me. Seems bad. Seems awfully a bad idea. I don't know what else it's going to burn down around the area. Maybe that bush over there might burn? Maybe that piece of rock? Or the dirt? Don't really see why you had to send them in there to die. Oh, I'm sorry. That must be that victim blaming thing we're not supposed to do. People are going to say I'm being too mean. Blaming the victims. Blaming the poor victims of the place. Try again. You could suck my ass. How about that? I don't know where Tio's at. He came in here, he dropped the link, and then I haven't seen him. So this is the FU Tux News or something. So that is showing where the bombs hit of the airport, giving people kind of an idea where it was hit. It looked like they aimed for some very strategic places out there. Because these even look like maybe not even the main airport. Maybe like right outside of it. I don't know. What's up, hippie? Who do we think accidentally shot down the K-2 737? The K-2 737. That's not that helicopter, was it? I did learn the other day that that helicopter that we talked about has an ejection seat, which bonkers to me. Not the pistachio trees. Penis. Yeah, he's looking for the medical definition of penis. Though I will say I have had Tio on mic at one time talking to him, and I start talking about, like, you know, raunchy things. That's the best way I'll put it. And he gets all very giggly. So I'm pretty sure if I made Tio say penis, he would laugh. Yeah, I thought the 737 was like a big airplane. That's why I was confused. I was just double checking that I wasn't getting confused. Yes. I was trying to teach Tio how to put a condom on a banana. It was really weird. He covered the entire condom in the banana. It was kind of weird, kind of freaky. So again, Trump took the Air Force One and sent it over to the Air Force, told them to go through it with a fine-tooth comb, but instead he worded it saying, oh no, I sent it over there so they can get a cool look at it. Oh yeah, the Air Force guys will really get a kick out of this airplane. I'll let them look at it. Or in other words, I don't want this thing to have a bomb on it or a bug or something else. The French are searching for the crew. I have no idea what is going on here. So hold on, let me get this straight. So a 737 twin-engine aircraft is shot down today? 737. So a 737 was shot down today? What new conversation? No, fuck off. That's what I don't want that. It crashed yesterday. Oh. Let me look this up really quick because I have no idea what's going on. 737 crash. Oh, let's see. A Boeing 737-400 cargo plane to K2 Airways Flight 1732 registered APBOI crashed the Arabian Sea over the coast of Pakistan on July 7, 2026. Saji, UAE to Pakistan. So UAE to Pakistan cargo flight. 5 crew members on board, no passengers. Crew Captain Mohammed. There's literally 4 people named Mohammed on here. Captain Mohammed Rizwan Idris, First Officer Fashi Jato Muhammad, Engineer Mohammed Hamid and Mohammed Arif, and Loadmaster Mohammed. Were they all family? Or like, hi, you're going to be flying with John, and John. 27-year-old aircraft reported navigational system problems around 9:18. So if they reported that there was a problem beforehand, 9:18 local time, it showed sharp altitude changes, initially dips before climb. I feel like this has happened before. I feel like this was an issue that happened before with icing up piezo tubes or something like that. I have to go back and look. Mark's would know that better than me, but so it sounds like a computer failure. Showed the altitude change, initially dip before a brief climb, followed by a rapid descent and loss of contact around 8:21 p.m. So in a few minutes, so the plane was going up and down and then lost everything and then crashed into the crash where it was going to crash. Located 12 to 18 hours later, 53 nautical miles south of Amanara, Pakistan. Search and rescue operation continued for crew amid rough seas. No survivors are reported. I don't know if anyone's going to be surviving. Maybe they're going to be surviving in like, it dropped 35,000 feet in 2 minutes. Jesus Christ. You know, maybe the crew passed out. That would be a blessing. You have to suffer that. I mean, if it was running for a missile, they wouldn't report navigation system problems. $22,000, that was in 1 minute. Jesus Christ. That is frightening. Someone want to do the math of what that is a second? But if it was a missile, they wouldn't report navigational problem. They would report, hey, someone's trying to blow us up. All right, back to the Iran stuff. I'm trying to keep my ADD in check. Did they report that? Yeah, they reported there was engine problems or navigational issues. So, 366 feet per second. Jesus Christ. We'll get back to it later. They were shot down. I'm not saying they couldn't have been shot down, but them reporting navigational problems, otherwise they'd be like, hey, someone just launched a missile at us. And the U.S. listens in on that stuff, and they'd be like, who the hell is shooting missiles at who and why now? So people are already going out there saying, oh, the Iran thing was just so Iran can spread and have greater Iran, which is not a thing. People out there saying, I don't know if anyone has told you to the White House, but Iran is more popular than you. I don't believe that, actually. I think Iran is not a big friend of anybody, mainly because you know, they started shooting missiles at their neighbors, which I don't really understand why nobody wants to talk about that or forgets that when this all happened, I ran through a hissy fit and started shooting missiles literally at everybody around them. I mean, do they do last name first? Like, was their last name maybe Muhammad? And I don't know. First name was Idris Muhammad. I'll get the call for midday prayer. Well, I don't know. Yeah, but I mean, Alex, as much as I want to put the Grizzly news thing on, I don't think we're going to see much. Like, from what I saw, it's just a bunch of idiots out there standing around. I honestly don't think anybody cares about the dead dude. I think that there's going to be a very small number of people out there who are going to bitch, moan, and complain about some dead illegal, but I don't think it's going to go anywhere. I think it's going to be, I think people are going to try to make it something, and it's not going to happen. I'll keep checking. Was she going to eat the seagull? Is that what happened? Again, I'm here reading stuff about, like, I'm trying to find more news of what's going on. Now that we know that strikes happened, we have people that are out there now just bitching and moaning, complaining about stuff. Someone says this is all just fake news. Bowen, for all his bluster, Trump has no better option than talk with Iran 8 hours ago. Trump has a lot of better options. We could just keep bombing them until there's nothing left. We have tons of options. I have another thing that's Trump talking about giving Patriot systems to Ukraine, and letting Ukraine build them. But We already talked about that. I'm not going back on that. A lot of people talking about nuking Iran, just saying nuke it, get it over with. But I think if we nuked Iran, we'd have a bigger problem in the Middle East, especially with all the fallout, not only of actual radioactive fallout, but politically. Wonder if Iran holds true to the Hamas closure threats. They're saying now they want to close the Strait of Hamas again. People again waiting 19 minutes ago. And sooner, people are waiting for a response from Iran. People are expecting another group of missiles coming in from Iran. This is what's going on in Houston. They're in number 1. I'll put that on really quick.
And in the spirit of solidarity, I don't know about you, but I say, if they come for one of us, they come. If they come for one of us.
That's the bus over there in Baltimore. Again, I ran behind me live videos from Uncent Collective.
Now, I do want to acknowledge some of our elected officials that are here. I want to. Before we do that, I do want to thank Second Ward for opening its doors all the time to our community.
Yeah. All right. So we wanted to just play out some.
Okay. So that's what's happening over there with the Mexican dude that tried to run over some federal agents and they shot him. Yeah, lifeless and dull crowd. That's about it. So also why I'm not too giving a rat's ass about him at the moment. Alex is doing a good job making sure I know, though, and I very much appreciate that. Qatar, Al Ubaid, Saudi, Sultan Air Base, Bahrain, Kuwait, and UAE, they're all 5 places Iran wants to attack to retaliate. But they will also lose the Strait of Hamas, and the attacks will continue every night. That is what people are saying. And then there's people out there saying that the IRGC must take over. Yeah, no. Legit stupid people. It's 8,000 degrees outside. That it is. That's why I'm happy Yuffie's mowing. I don't have to. And if you all want to thank her again, throw some dollary dues in there. I haven't seen a full bar in a couple days. Very much appreciate if we can make that happen. I know it's Wednesday. I know I'm just covering the war stuff. If you want me to stay longer while I do it. There you go. There you go. What else? What else is going on here? What else is going on with the Iran? So the other problem is, again, looking for all this stuff, like there are some just shitty people out there. They're talking about this. There's people out there that think, again, the IRGC should take over. People are saying deport them all back to Iran. Somebody's thinking looks like 400 billion isn't going to be enough. We'll be offering Iran even more. We actually didn't offer Iran any money. I don't know why that keeps coming up. When I looked into it, we weren't giving them money. So I don't have any idea. Oh, let's see. Let's see. And like some of these people even talking about what's going on, I don't have any freaking clue. Let's see. I need to hook my phone back up to the screen so I could start translating what's going on across them. At one point, I had the phone translating in real time some of the stuff. But I think they all speak like mushmouth anyways, even in their own tongue, so it might be kind of hard to do. Let's see. Iran State TV reported that a major attack will be launched against U.S. assets in response to tonight's attack. What's up with the anime character? I don't know. It's an illusion? It's talking and dancing for you. There you go. Well, it's being listened to in real time. That's the problem. I can copy and paste stuff all day long. That's not the issue. But it's trying to listen to them as they go, you know, and I'm just like, I have no idea what the hell you're saying. Time to load up Uncle Buff and start carpet bombing Iran. So again, us taking out, that is the weirdest group of, all right. I don't know. All right, chat. Like, I don't know what to say. Somebody's saying you're not Iranian. You're a moosh piece of shit and your time is running out. The real people of Iran are going to overthrow your ass and hang you from the highest crane in Tehran, along with the boss, Gaha Balif, and his sidekick, Vahidi. Yeah, that's the shit I want to start seeing more of. With all of you not in charge or anything, just like the Pazakishan, you are both puppets. So apparently there is people in there who want to, I guess, start rounding up people who are in charge and hanging them from the highest points of Tehran. They're saying Iran will now close the strait and will not open until after midterm elections. Saying Americans will be even more pissed that the gas prices went down and will now go back up. So again, we don't need gas from there. Them closing it hurts only their ally, which is Asia, right? Which is China and Russia. So us having them close it's not a bad thing. We can let them close it. It's fine. Someone else saying here, no, they won't. If Israel's line is crossed and they feel threatened for their way of life and constitution, they will glass Iran. Yeah, they're going to give him the Mussolini treatment. Man, I feel bad for Mussolini's wife and kids, though. Oh, they all got it. But from what my relatives, from my dad's and my relatives said, is that Mussolini kind of had two options. One, fight and have a bunch of his people slaughtered, or join with them and have his people not slaughtered. But what he should have done is fought them regardless, in my opinion. But interesting to hear my relatives talk about it. Well, hear my dad talk about from my relatives, rather. It will shut down their finance. It will also shut down, again, their allies who are building them weapons. But to be honest, they may not care because from what we've heard is Iran was already pissed off that the Chinese weapons sucked, right? And China was upset because the rest of the world realized that all their weapons sucked. And now them as this powerhouse they've been building up for the last 15, 20 years has just been shattered, right? Yeah, no Mussolini's left. Yeah, they were slaughtered. The kids were slaughtered, everybody else. So, if people could do that, they can't, you know, and that's the other thing too, right? Like if they're going to do it, they can't just go out and do it like, go out there with rifles and like fight them in open air combat. Now they need to grab like kitchen knives and start stabbing the dudes in the throat and dragging their bodies off to the back of the room, right? They need to do it in a sneaky way, if you will. And they need to do it very quick and efficiently. So we went either way. All good. Carry on. Yes. Apparently, Hillary gave Trump kudos, saying she was impressed. She got the troops, she got the hostages out of Gaza. Hakeem Jeffries gave Trump credit for closing the border, which slowed drugs and human trafficking. Maduro, Busque, Iran is not trustable. And then UAE left OPEC. So there is a lot of stuff rapidly happening. By rapidly, I mean within the month, right? Somebody's saying, remember what Iran did for 53 days? I guess that was, what was it, 53 days of death in Iran after they took over? I think that's what they're talking about. And then people are over here with the Greenland thing. The Greenland thing's a red herring that people are biting into. But it does very much feel like any day now we could have some religious war. That could come out at any moment, right? That could start with Middle East, especially Islam and everybody else. And there's going to be a lot of people are going to have to make a really tough decision. Be like, are you sure this is what you want to be a part of? I don't think you do. Yes, Radagaskar. I agree. Yes. Well, again, that's why the UAE left. That's why I think Kuwait is not putting up with their shit anymore either. Somebody said here, you are cherished, Iran. Your culture is beautiful. Your country belongs to Iranians. You are not alone. Are you fucking high? Like, again, there's just these stupid people coming out there. Somebody else coming out here saying you're clearly not equipped for this level of war. Go back to the knitting club or grow up. After Iran telling the world to kill Americans for years, people say it's figured it's high time to slay these people first. Said you clearly wouldn't have been defeated if we followed you. I don't know who the hell they're talking to. The other person's account is private. People are saying President Trump just unleashed hell on Iran for the second straight day. U.S. forces are slamming additional devastating strikes right now on top of Iran as they threaten to close the Strait of Hormuz once again. They said SETCOM confirms we're holding Tehran accountable for their outrageous attacks on innocent ships and crews in one of the world's most vital waterways. America is what a military to finish the job. America is what a military. I don't know why that was written that way, but all right. Apparently, it looks like we destroyed the comms tower and the traffic control tower in Iran. Does that mean I have to pay my bills anymore, Radagaskar? That's what it used to look like, and that is what it currently looks like. I got my MREs. I got my ammo. You know what you all need to go do? Go to trapperoutdoors.com while you still can and stock up. I'm trying to get 10 big items sold this month with them. I'm hoping they'll send me a bullpup. Yeah, that's gonna look like Obama's oppression palace. It's not. It's not rubble on the ground, but the front of it is destroyed. I think they dropped some on and it blew out everything from the inside out. So I don't think they're gonna be rebuilding it anytime soon. But that's what was hit at the airport. They were trying to claim we didn't actually hit the airport, but no, we did. And I think we hit the runway also. I need some like background music so I mean we're dead air. I got something beautiful to go right in the middle of that room. This J-Dam. People are saying Iran must make a deal. Iran needs to start saving civilians over anything else. Again, what we're waiting for right now is a retaliation from Iran to see what they're going to do. Kebabs?
I could see something.
Were you aware of any credible threat by Iran against Air Force
Well, I have
One?
a threat all the time. I'm number one on their list before you. But if I go, you go. Right?
But was there a
So
specific threat today?
perhaps someday you want to change professions. I know they did that, but I could see something.
Were you aware of any credible threat by Iran against Air
Well,
Force
I have
One?
a threat all the time. I'm number one on their list before you. But if I go, you go. Right?
But was there a
So
specific threat today?
perhaps someday you want to change professions. I know they did that.
Hey, someday you might want to change professions. I don't know if any goats were harmed in the making of this war. Yeah, you should always bully corporate media people. Trump spoke and said we just hit them very hard. We hit them 20-1. We did it last night. We did a little something today. Residents of the Apala Golestan province, northern Iraq, say they heard several explosions. So I think we are still bombing them as we speak. Apparently, there are people part of the Democratic Party that were cheering about the attacks on the boats in the Strait of Hormuz, saying that it shows that Trump is making it too dangerous for them and not blaming the people who actually pulled the trigger. The Persian Gulf is covered with American planes. Don't stop bombing the shit out of them. Don't stop. Exterminatus?
blow it out your ass.
Oh, that's the wrong one. This the wrong one? That's the wrong one too. Oh, my buttons all left up. How about just this one? Somebody's saying tensions are rising. Is the ceasefire really over? Yeah, we're bombing the shit out of them. Yes, the ceasefire is not currently in play. People are saying we need to send Hassan Piker there to give peace. And if a bomb hits him, it's fine. No one's going to say anything. Come on, baby, kick my tires. Come on, baby, shoot the spiders. Again, people are trying to say it's an illegal war. It's not an illegal war. I don't know why people think like there's this like special rule doctrine for war and stuff like that. There isn't. You're just stupid. Now all the talking heads are trying to say, oh, what Trump did is wrong, blah, blah, blah. Apparently all the merchants that died, merchant marines that died, I think it's what they were. Merchant marines, sailors, some damn thing. Anyways, they're all dead. But again, people want to go out there and be like, oh, Trump's fault. It's Trump's fault. Oh yeah, all's fair in love and war. Just kind of how things go. People think NATO's going to be at war soon with Russia and Iran in the Middle East. I don't know about having NATO start fighting Russia, but I could see us definitely all kicking the shit out of Iran. People pointing out that behind Iran is the CCP. People claiming that the Chinese government is currently who's supplying stuff to them. Saying that they believe that it's probably China pushing them to keep attacking the U.S. Though again, it doesn't really make sense. They're not getting oil there, right? Trying to sift through news this here is like trying to sift through a cesspool. And then people are saying, if he didn't like the MOU, why did he sign it? Again, people out there are really dumb. right? Because nobody knows what was said, and nobody knows what the treaty was because it wasn't fully established out. It's just kind of the rules of engagement we're going to be kind of chilling by. And as Trump has said many times, he will sign stuff he's not happy with because to him a good negotiation is one where nobody's happy, right? But everyone compromises. People are saying parts of Iran currently are without power. So we might hit some infrastructure. Holy Jesus, that's a big fire. Well, and also it helps with him talking to Congress about it. I tried to make peace. We tried to sign some stuff. We had different people go in there. There is no peace. They attacked innocent people. What do you want us to do? Right? Well, you better start dropping dollars into that fire. And then there's these idiots going, oh, well, they're fighting for Zionism or whatever else. It's like, that's also not a thing. Wait for this damn video to work. Play, you bastard! Play! Why would you not play? Oh yeah, I heard Newsom's getting might be getting indicted on stuff. Well, it's if all it gets to China. Senator Kennedy declares end of Newsom's empire amid a $393.9 million school tax scandal. He says we cannot let the governor view the public budget as the family pot of gold. Senator John Neely Kennedy has delivered a fatal blow, pushing the corruption case on Gavin Newsom and his wife in a major national judicial crisis. Appearing live on television, Mr. Kennedy arguably exposed Miss Jennifer Newsom plot to siphon $3.9 million in school tax money to fatten a private film company. The fierce conservative senator declared that the California power apparatus was completely corrupt when former chief staff Dana Wilson had to accept wearing an FBI wiretap to save herself from felony prison sentence, with evidence of more than $100 million in fraud in hand. Mr. Kennedy affirmed that the end of the Newsom's empire had come, that the heated war in Washington has just broke out with a cold 15-word ultimatum to Republicans. So there you go. It's why I think Newsom doesn't want to run for president, because I think he's starting to get found out. All right, more Iran news. The shit? All right, there are some people who are absolutely nuts. Somebody is trying to say Islamic Republic of Japan attacks. The new axis of power, Iran and Japan, fighting to impose Sharia law worldwide. What? There are some people who are absolutely nutty. Yeah, I don't like him at all. In fact, they're kicking a lot of them out of the country. Allegedly, people are saying the death of Iran's leader Khamenei as a martyr has sparked a major awakening among the people in Iran, allegedly. Officials say that the blood has strengthened the resistance and sent a message resolving against U.S.-Israel attacks. Well, I call bullshit on that. People are thinking that Iran is going to humble us somehow. Saying Iran's going to humble the United States. I'm like, I don't. Japan has a few different issues. One, they have a problem with migrants coming over because the prime minister previous started like letting people in by the dozens. And that didn't work out very well. I say by the hundreds. I don't think it was that many. And now that they're there in Japan, they kind of looking like a bunch of assholes. Apparently, Al Jazeera is saying breaking, quote unquote, not even a single American soldier will return alive in the event of the U.S. invasion of Carrick Island, Iran parliamentary spokesman says. Yeah, that's not going to be a thing. We're just going to bomb the living shit out of it. Like, I don't know why. Well, I know why, because people are dumb. I don't understand, like, why do people think the United States, who has, okay, and here's what it really is, right? Why do people think a country that invests billions of dollars every year into weapons is going to give soldiers a stick and a rock and tell them to go into an island where they're going to get slaughtered? But then we have other countries and companies that are here that are developing things that we don't even have to put them on the ground. Do you know we have drones that have guns on them already? We could put on the ground and send them in? Talk about something intimidating, a four-legged robot running in there with a machine gun and you hear bouncing rounds off of it, doesn't do anything? Like, the sheer audacity of people is nutty. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, they don't understand. It's like I had those morons come in here the other day and try to argue with me. And they're like, oh, U.S. has never developed, ultrasonic, supersonic, light speed missiles or whatever the hell it was. And then I was like, no, we have. We've already tested them. Oh, but, they're not on anything. Then all of a sudden, oh, look, a fire broke out in a ship. Oopsie. What was being put on it? Oh, missile platforms for those missiles you don't think we have. Oh, weird. Weird, huh? Instead of announcing we have this weapon, what's a good way of doing it? Oh, I got a good idea. Say there was a fire on the boat. And then just hint at what we were putting on it. And just leave it at that. Right? Because to me, I think it's a much better idea. Oh, wait, that's what happened. Whitey, are you broken? Yeah, we have satellite-guided missiles. We have drones we can drop. We have drones that fly. We have an airplane that flies with a, well, developing, that flies with a cadre of drones with it. We literally went into a country that was supposed to have an advanced system from China and decimated it. Twice. Me too, Reaper. If they give me a bipedal mech, I'd go to war. Right, and that's just the shit we know about. We could start telling people we actually put some super secret laser on the moon. That was the real reason we went around the planet. Or around the moon. We have hellfire with swords. Yeah, railroad bridge was targeted and destroyed in northwest Iran. So yeah, we're starting to take out infrastructure. I'm pretty sure the one I want is the Timberwolf. Yeah, I'd want the Timberwolf. That's which one I would want. I would say there's a lot of them that are gullible and senile, yeah. Yeah, you give me a mech. I don't have to mess up my back. I'm all for it. Well, again, and we don't just send people in, like, we've been bombarding the shit out of shores for, since World War II. That's what's in, slapping, that's what's in the water. Those sharks are laser beams. Laser guided sharks. You know what's also really funny about the people defending Iran is none of them bring up the 30,000 that were rounded up and shot, right? They're a great country. What about these people? You mean all the dead ones? Oh. Oh yes, the cluster feline bombs. Speaking of felines, I'm going to watch a cat girl do heroin, I guess, later today. After the show. A chronic smoking cat who smokes like a train. Apparently, we're going to watch her do heroin tonight. Yeah, I just confused everyone, didn't I? There's an anime that came out called Chain Smoking Cat. Apparently some people can't handle it because it's gross, but oh, it's funny as hell. Oh, it's not out yet. Sorry. Oh, what? Go look up Chain Smoking Cat. A reporter asked Trump if they wanted to make a deal, why do you think they attacked commercial vessels? Trump, because they're sort of crazy. To be honest with you, they're sort of crazy. So again, I'm pretty sure Trump is not on the new Air Force One. Pretty sure that is somewhere else. Apparently, the Islamic region supports in Mashahadid has put out a thing saying they want to try to kill Trump. I would say Trump being in the Middle East is definitely a scary perspective right now. But if Trump dies in the Middle East, I'm pretty sure the entire nation would rise up and go to war and level it. So I think even for people that don't like Trump, I think that would be a step too far, I would imagine. And like this idiot, what is America going to do? Bomb with its dwindling arsenal. Do people not realize how big the United States is? And that we are currently making more armaments? Like, I don't... RDX? Why do I know what RDX is? What is that? I don't know what the hell RDX is off the top of my head. Darlene, thank you very much for the $20. Someone's trying to make sure I have a roof over my head. It's an explosive? I don't know what that is off the top of my head. Awesome. Did you blow up part of your house? Oh, it's using ordinances.
Has just tipped $20.
Well, there you go. I had no idea. Believe it or not, don't work with a lot of explosives. Don't know if anyone didn't know that. Don't use them a lot. Apparently, people are saying Trump's new plane was probably targeted by Iran. It's probably why it was handed over to the Air Force to have a clean sweep through it. It truly stinks. Ooh. More explosions in Chaghadak, Iran. People are like, there's no ceasefire. Yeah, the ceasefire's over. They attacked a bunch of civilians. Again, I'm here looking for like actual news, and trying to dig through some of this stuff is just mind-numbing. But the ceasefire! Ceasefire's over, fool. Ceasefire gone. Ballistic missiles have been launched from Iran as of 24 seconds ago. So apparently the missiles have now been launched from Iran. Launched. Let me go check red alert. Ruh-roh. So yeah, people are reporting that the ballistic missiles have been fired from Iran. Also, that's the other thing too. They seem to only be a one-trick pony. What do you got? Ballistic missiles. You have any airplanes? Nope. You have any tanks? No. Why do you have ballistic missiles? Oh, we can hide them and fire them off. So 1 minute ago, ballistic missiles have been launched from Iran. Well, I mean, they've shot them out there before. Yeah, Fat Cat. That is in number 3 on the screen. Thank you, though, but I got it already up. Appreciate you, though. Takes a while for China to smuggle in weapons. I think that's why we took out the airfield, to be honest. I think we're trying to stop the movement of weapons. Let's see. Other people are now reporting more ballistic missiles being launched from Iran. They do have a lot of global shields. That is correct. Polymarket says U.S. invading Iran before 2027. Probability jump 2%. Oh, no worries. We were looking at it earlier when it first happened, and I've been jumping back and forth. No worries. Every time you guys drop stuff, it gives me an idea what's going on, because I only have 2 sets of eyes. Mine and Tio's. And Tio, I have no idea where the hell he's at right now. This is the holes that were shot. That's in Iran over in number 1. I've got a full screen so we can see that better. Drop some holes through that bridge. I think it's going to be a minute till the railway's up and running again. But I think, let's see. So we took out an airport. We're taking out train yards. We're taking out train tracks. Huh. I wonder why. I'm no military genius, but I would say there's probably a reason. McFly, I think I mentioned this the other day. My legs are covered right now in bug bites, and I have no idea why. I think it was from mosquitoes. Though I was at my folks' place and I had a flea issue, but I don't think there were fleas. I think there were mosquitoes. See, awesome. That's what I was saying, buddy. Like, I believe 100% we're cranking shit out faster than people have any idea right now. And I think we have a lot of fun things in the works that people have no idea that we have, right? Because as I've stated many times, the biggest thing is, in a war, any battle, is secrecy, right? Because nothing sinks a ship faster than scuttlebutt, right? and loose lips. So you got to keep things kind of, you know, close to the chest. And knowing Trump, it's probably chapping his ass, I'm guessing, because he does like to boast. Air alerts in Bahrain and Qatar. I wish I had feeds of those. Now, if they hit Qatar, right, Qatar's trying to do negotiations. And so Qatar's just kind of chilling, getting hit by missiles. That's right, Fired Up Gaming. That is right. I want to be sponsored by a high-grade weapons company. That'd be cool. they produce things that is launch and forget playthings. Oh. Are these the they take care of themselves type of playthings? And I'm guessing these playthings you can launch more than one simultaneously. Again, all these people that are bringing up stuff about Iran being like, well, America just attacked them for no reason. They attacked multiple ships over multiple days. We let it go. We actually let one go earlier that nobody kind of brought up. We just were like, okay, like, whatever. You know, maybe it was the RGC. And then it happened again, and then it happened again. And then we're like, all right, well, it's not okay. Oh. Like a mighty barrage of happiness coming in? Well, happiness for us, I guess. On the other side, it's shit your pants fear, but who am I to judge? Again, images show a ballistic missile launch from Bashahir, Iran, with at least 5 missiles fired. U.S. forces struck 2 railway bridges in northern Iran and with cruise missiles. U.S. first attack on Iranian infrastructure since the April 8th ceasefire. So again, Iran, we currently have 5 missiles aiming for Bahrain and possibly Qatar. What's up, Neds? Ooh! Can you get me some stickers from there? Be kind of a neat thing to have on one of my road cases. Kuwait also? Well, that's not good. So, Bahrain, Qatar, and Kuwait? Explosions heard in Bahrain. Explosions heard already in Bahrain. That's a pretty damn quick thing. That must have been moving. Drones and ballistic missiles won't save you from the Donald. We're literally here watching bombs go off and keeping track, and Tio's polishing the bishop. Terrible. I think Tio started getting into like AI relationships, and that's why we've lost him. He's dating a clanker. So Fizglad is saying that the missiles have been launched at him. At Bahrain for sure. Sirens are now sounding in Qatar. Alarms have been activated in Qatar moments ago after Bahrain sirens are unconfirmed reports of missile launches from Iran. Qatar hosts the Uaded Air Base, U.S. Air Base. So they might be aiming at that. That was from Mess/Telegram writer Daniel, according to Mario Nafel. So this is Intel Cam's Uncent, which I don't know who they are, but it's supposed to be open source Intel, so they're open source Intel. They shouldn't have a problem with us using their stuff. And if they nicely ask us, we'll just take it down. So that is going on behind me. The sirens coming in. Looks like maybe the Kuwait airport directly behind my head. The chipmunks are dropping JDAMs through your garden? Jesus. Abandoned landing of a U.S. cargo plane in Bahrain a while ago. Was that off of flight radar? Oh, I wonder where the planes aren't flying right now. This is the sound that haunts my nightmares. Yeah, I know they're protesting in Houston. I'll throw it up at number 1 when I find it. I know Ghetto Fabulous News was supposed to have it, or whatever the hell the name was. There you go. There's a Houston one. So where did you say it was Trinlin? Bahrain? As you can see though, like just giving you a look at what's going on. Bahrain, no one, right? Qatar, this guy's the shit? The hell was going on there? That is a very interesting flight pattern. Here, and then we over there. That can't be right, right? Well, that's because they're all getting sued. I wouldn't be surprised if they tell some of these guys to do racetracks and stay up there for a little bit. But Kuwait has nobody. I still want to know what the hell's up with this. The hell kind of an aeronautical pattern is that? That has to be a screw up. Has to just be bad flight data. North of Qatar. Sky. So what am I looking for? That's interesting. Registration? None. Serial number? None. Cargo aircraft? Huh. Interested. Huh. Where did you come from? Why did you come from Germany? Down here, do a little loopy, and then take off over here. Huh. Strange. Is this the same one? Did I find it? The B744, yeah. Very curious indeed. Du hast mich. Yeah, it might be full of something. Very interdusted. He's all over the place. almost like he's trying to make a very interesting flight pattern. Huh. Where do you think he's going? Let's see, that's United Emirates. That is a regular plane. Cargo. Little plane in the sky. You know, it almost looks like he was going to land and maybe they told him not to unless he's going to whip around and come back down. See, where else were they aiming? Not at Iraq. So Kuwait, again, Kuwait's got nobody there. They probably cleared the airspace. Saudi Arabia could have people landing just fine. United Emirates. I don't know what the hell's over here. Airport and runway aircraft. I don't know what the hell's over there. There's one there, one there. This one in Qatar. What the shit was that about? What in the hell are we watching? Sir, are you drunk? What are you doing? Suck this wiener. That's what they're writing. I don't think anyone sniped you, Sean. I think you think people are doing stuff that they're not, buddy. Most of my audience is very nice and talking to you, but I mean, also they follow me and I'm a prick, so I mean, I probably rub off on them a little bit. So I wouldn't take anything people say to heart. It's the internet. People say shit all the time. Best thing is just to, you know, let it go. Don't worry about it. I guess I'm more of an asshole than a prick, but anyways, it's not important. Oh, that reminds me. Oh, there you go. So Sean, you don't have to worry, buddy. Just everything's fine. People get upset with stuff. Bez was pissed off the other night. Came back, everything's fine today. In fact, he found out we were giving Patriot missiles to Ukraine. So there you go. Every day's different. Yeah, stop being a liberal. Just kidding. We talk about politics, things get heated. It is what it is. Yeah, just don't be a Bob. You know, I felt kind of bad, so I guess he texted me or sent me a message on X like weeks ago, and it went to my spam folder, and I was like, all right, whatever. That's not my day. I was like, I didn't even notice that was there. Like, I didn't even try not to talk to, like, that wasn't even a thing in my mind, but I was just like, oh. All right, whatever, I'm just on with my day. And the thing is, too, that, well, hold on, before I get to that, U.S. military struck multiple railways, bridges in Iran tonight. So not only do we hit bridges, railways, airports, seems like we're taking out critical infrastructure. Meanwhile, in the English Channel, we have 2 home office planes guiding to our new doctor and engineers dinghies. Oh, well, that's special. I wish I had that type of money. But when, like, Glitch is I think Glitch is in here right now. Glitch is a very eccentric person. But when people say, oh, Glitch has never been here, blah, 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 and then Glitch tells me, hey, this dude was talking about trying to breed his daughter in some weird goddamn way while drunk. I don't want that around. No, thank you. All right. So Kuwait, again, no one's over here in Kuwait. I'm guessing this airport is very usable. And they're not using it, but not a damn person is landing there. Yeah, that was kind of my final straw with them. I could give a shit about the other stuff, but that I was just like, no thanks. I wouldn't be surprised if we're seeing airplanes leave from Qatar, but not landing. Maybe clearing the airspace just in case incoming missiles. I mean, it looks like there's a couple planes on the approach to it. This ain't Ohio, you know. And I'm just like, I don't know. I don't, like, we have enough drama. I don't want weird people. Oh, Dark Horseman, you don't want it to be Ohio right now, buddy. Oh. All right, so this guy came from here to here. What the hell? Oh my God, he came from a submarine. Isn't it really weird? Is it really weird? He must have come from the water somehow. So Ohio had a case where some person had 16 kids that were like pretty much caged and treated like farm animals, and they can't read, write, and we're pretty sure they were all, they might all have been from incest. Well, no, it's a stratotanker. Now, I don't know if a stratotanker can take off from an aircraft carrier, but it is now over here doing big ass loops. Yeah, definitely some, eat shit going on over there. That's a big, no, there he goes. He's taking off. Huh, really weird straight patterns. Really weird patterns. I wonder why. Why would a stratotanker up there be doing interesting patterns like that? Why would he make very quick course corrections? Maybe because he's trying to use something on a really long pole to shoot fluid into something else? Maybe. That's good, Dark I didn't think you did, but Tricky, on the other hand, you know how that damn guy be. Suspicious of everybody. All right, so we have Stratotanker over here kind of hanging out, probably refilling somebody. You had batteries in wrong, your new site. Oh, you silly guy, you damn guy. Refueling a ghost. Yeah, probably. There's probably a lot of transponders that are not on right now over this area. Let's see. Another jet. Don't know why it went around in a circle right there. Maybe it's trying to slow down, get airspace. Like, again, I'm not going to be surprised with a lot of these aircraft, especially like Bahrain. No one's landing in either airport, right? So they're probably expecting someone to blow something up there. Kuwait, same thing. Qatar, on the other hand, let's see, we got 2 aircraft leaving. I don't know if we've seen anybody actually land, though. And I wouldn't be surprised if they're being diverted, right? Because the airport they're going to land at here, this is a huge airport for, that's not for Dubai, but that's in the United Emirates, which would be over here, which would be here. But again, these weird people thinking we're just going to start dropping troops on there. Why? No idea. So apparently there was an interception behind me. I didn't see it, though. Should have been right above my head 7 seconds ago. So maybe it'll pop up on the screen. I don't know. Am I watching Cat TV? No. That's for later. See. They said there was an interception here, but I'm not seeing it. I'm going back in time right now. I wish someone would say when this was. So apparently there was a interception above the Kuwait airport. Did you guys see anything? I didn't see anything, but apparently it was earlier when we had the sirens and there was an interception. So we might have just missed it. Yeah, missile alert sounds in Bahrain to Qatar after the U.S. launches new round of airstrikes in Iran. Apparently there's already interceptions that happened. So Badshahed province in southern Iran is who launched the missiles. Apparently, John Fetterman is on live TV roasting Graham Plattner and Bernie Sanders after Plattner dropped out. Fetterman says you will only be remembered as the accused rapist that got pushed out of the election. Yeah, that's your legacy, bro. Bernie Sanders needs to apologize to the voters of Maine and to everyone that donated to that train wreck of a campaign more than anyone. He pushed a pee hustle into the election. The trash took itself out tonight, and now finally people in Maine have a chance to really vote on something that's not a total piece of trash. God damn, Fetterman. Another salvo of missiles launched from Kakistan detected. All right, so keep an eye above my head or around my head. We might see something come in there. Again, folks, if you like me being on and talking about the news and what's going on, make sure you guys share and hit that like button. Thank you very much. Y'all want to donate to keep a roof over my head and food in my belly? I'd also appreciate that. This is my day job. Thank you. How big is the coconut? Oh my God, I hear a transformer. I was wondering what that smell was. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. It's when you stop hearing the birds is what you need to worry about. We build for prosperity. Iranian missiles targeted the Al-Azariq base in eastern Jordan. Well, apparently they're saying they're targeting eastern Jordan. Some illegal got shot for when he tried to run over the police. Yeah, they did target the base in Bahrain also. So as of 50 minutes ago, a new wave of launches detected. At least 5 more ballistic missiles coming in. Interesting that they're aiming for Jordan also. I don't believe anybody that can't chew gum with their mouth shut. That right there is a sign of retardation, I believe. Looks like a fish trying to get oxygen. The Jordanians, of course. I think we have some base over there, I believe. Do you look at that guy's body type? He ain't walking anywhere. You know, I think if you chew with your mouth open, I should have the right to chuck a piece of change into your hole. Pennies, a dog turd, whatever I could find, a rock. Old gum. Literally anything I could find. We're gonna play an old game of chucking the hole. What's that? Well, if you open your mouth, I'm gonna chuck some in your hole. Again, I know I sound like a broken record, but I'm trying to sell 10 big items from Trappers this month. I think I can get something really cool if I do. He said he's gonna hook me up with something, so I know somebody needed a suppressor, some other people needed some ammo. Oh, God! Oh, Jesus Christ! Oh, my ears! God damn it! Oh, you, thank God. Oh, God. My brain. It's louder in my headphones than it is on the screen, just FYI. Oh. Smoke observed rising from the U.S. Navy 5th Fleet headquarters in Bahrain. They probably hit something over there, or they hit something that dropped. Anyways, back what I was saying before I was rudely interrupted. They will have it, Sean. You might have to email them to make sure they can get it in. But if they don't already have it in stock, they have literally 2 or 3 shelves just full of ammo. And that's just what's on display, not to mention everything in the warehouse. Yeah, Iranian missile impact being intercepted by the 5th Fleet HQ in Bahrain. Let me go look for you and see if it's on their website. Take me 2 seconds. Welcome to the Wolf Navy Havoc Report and Trapper Outdoor Sales Channel. You know, I could be as online text, online support. It's 2:22 a.m. You know what that means? It's time to donate. Oh, let me go see. Let's see, Federal Top Shot. Let's see, Top Gun. Game Shock High Brass. Game Shock. Federal Premium. Federal 12. High Speed Shock 12. Premium Force. What was this thing called? I don't think he's going to Tehran anymore. I hate to tell you. Light control. Can I do this by... Is it the blue box? Personal defense. Magnum 12 gauge. Power shock, low recoil. You know, I was pretty happy when I learned my shotgun can fire the magnums and the 3.5-inch shells. It's like, oh boy. And the small ones too. The stubbies. So folks, if you're joining us, we're just waiting for, oh, I know why you can't find it. Hold on. Because it's spelt weird. There was kabooms, there's interceptions by my head, apparently. Yeah, they got it. There you go. This is the link to it, Sean. Thank you for shopping at trapperoutdoors.com. Make sure you leave me a good review when you do the survey at the end. Well, that's buckshot. They have slugs too, but that's just the first one I find. You can see it's got that stupid spelling in it.
But I wanted to give some real life, real world context, and I'm tired of hearing, and I want everybody to know that it doesn't understand this movement, that we are wanting law and order. We want to see the video. Unfortunately, we do not trust, no le tenemos confianza a la gente que nos está diciendo la historia que este señor estaba huyendo. Cuando miremos el video, entonces vamos a saber lo que sucedió. For coming out, do not stop, do not be quiet, and do
Thought I heard a cat growling and I know where it was from. But you see, Sean, how it's spelt weird? It's spelt not flight like F-L-I-G-H-T, but F-light control. That's F-light control is what you're looking for. Anyways, it's stupid. It's silly.
Was killed by ICE. In the year 2001. One of the first times that I stood with Teodoro and Marta was when we were outside of the courthouse, calling ICE what they are. Murderers. Asesinos. And it took her decades to get her case. But finally, there was justice for Serafino Olvera.
Oh, God. You're the guy that chews with his mouth open. Don't care. Back to looking for impacts. Thank you, Tombo. I'm happy you're getting this settled out. They are. That's why I just can't stand to listen to anymore, Radagaskar. I think I'm losing people because I keep jumping subjects. So I think if I stay on one thing, more people stay and watch. I think that's part of the issue. Ovaries! How are you doing, Ovaries? Oh, that's the thing. The truth of what? What? What's going on? I'm trying to see if I got the right thing Sean was looking for. What is the current topic? The truth? Well, I try to bring the truth. But, no, I think because I jump around subjects too quickly, I think it annoys people. Oh, Veritas, I'm very sorry to hear that. It's never good to having to do that with pets. I know my current cat's laying on the couch looking like asking us what the hell's wrong with the world and why the hell it's so hot. You know, I couldn't imagine what I'd do without my cat, like, or my dog. But I've lost many cats and dogs. It's always been hard. So I'm sorry about your loss, buddy. I'm good with its current format. Blade, I think you've been here forever. I don't think you get to say, buddy. I'm waiting for Sean to get back and tell me if it's the right thing you want. If not, I have to go have him special order it if he wants it. No, my cat's pretty honest. She just wants love. U.S. strikes on Shahadad Bashid port in Shadar, East Southern Iran earlier tonight. Some good footage out that. I think I've been putting some of it on, actually, that was on earlier. Thank you, Hellbent. Okay, awesome. Because that one was buckshot, but they do have it, and I think they have some of it actually in stock. Anyways, go order a case, and then say Wolf sent you. Whoever the first person that orders something big from there, I think I'm going to try to give you guys some extra, or have them send you a hat or something. I don't know. I'll work something out. Get you guys some goodies. Also, I haven't seen the guy that won the knife since he's been here last time. Machinist is working on it. He ran out of propane. So. Well, we're using a flight radar to show that, like, certain bases, like Bahrain doesn't have anybody at it because they're probably expecting things. Kuwait just did. They didn't have anything earlier. These just landed. And they might even tell them, you know, get up and get out as quick as possible. I don't know anymore if they are or not. That's why I'd say best thing is for people to donate. I don't know if I make any goddamn money off of the ads. And I have all the ads turned off. Oh, they're refueling a bunch of jets up there. I'm positive of that. Bashir Province, Iran. Fire breaks out the IRGC Aerospace Force linked facility after U.S. strikes. So yeah, we're taking out some nice stuff tonight. Apparently, this and Israel's official comments to the news outlet makes tonight's strikes a unilateral U.S. action response to the repeated Iranian provocations. Nice, Gator. I'm all for that. I'm all about it. Like, someone came and said, oh, well, we have to pay for your show. I'm like, no, you don't. I do my show for free every day. I just has to make some money. I'm still here regardless.
Iran thought they could choke the world, but the Navy's on the water.
Number one was in. That was Bahrain in number one. Can you do military only? Why the hell is there a bunch of F-35s flying over it? I'm poor. I don't have the nice version of it. Oh, we have a lot of planes over there right now, yeah. But it's not going to pick up a lot of the jets. I ain't got $10 a year. I have to count every penny. Yeah, a lot of them have the transponder off, but yeah, we saw some of the refuelers. I actually was able to find some by happenstance. One was, where the hell were you? Oh, where are you, you bastard? I had you earlier. Oh, bird's giving me a headache. Well, there's that one right there I just found. This is a Pegasus that's doing racetracks up there. What else we got here? Right here, this is a Stratotanker. So a refueler. Regular plane. Oh, yeah. No, you're right. There is a bunch over there right now. I hope not. I think we got a base over there. Oh, no, wait. We're in the wrong place. I'm thinking somewhere else. Oh, we do have a base there. Okay, I freaking had a lapse of judgment. I thought we did. We have some C5 over Saudi Arabia, heading towards the zone. Woo! Iran negotiator Qutbef says Strait of Hormuz operating requires Iranian arrangements, not U.S. threats. Well, you shooting at people is not helping with anything. Yeah, so Iran retaliated launching missiles at American military targets in Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, and Jordan. First video that they posted showed launches from Iran, and then other videos showed ballistic missile impacts, which most of them were interceptions, though. Iraq? No, Iran. Iran got froggy. People are saying Iran hit back, but from what I see, a lot of them were intercepted. But there was a second launch, so we'll see where the second launch goes. According to people saying Trump, 16 minutes ago, Trump says Iran has reached out to him and is preparing, seeking a deal, claiming the country badly wants to negotiate as this comes after the second round of attacks. I don't believe that. I don't believe that for one goddamn second. If they really want to negotiate, they would not be firing back. I call bullshit. 110% unadulterated bullshit. They get the flight radar up here and going again. I do have a feeling that someone probably makes a freer version of flight radar that works better, that doesn't charge you. They want a deal. Believe me, they want a deal. Sure they do. I just saw a thing with Japan and Trump. I'm trying to find it. Apparently, senior IRGC naval officer Mohammed Razi Kahini, who earlier threatened to make the Gulf Omen a graveyard, has been killed. Apparently, that's who he blew up. Apparently, 13 hours ago, several people wounded in a mass attack in a high school in Bavaria, Germany. Attack took place in the Weften Gymnasium. Apparently, I guess we told Japan that if China gets a little silly, we're willing to defend them. Trump White House honors legendary Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe of the 4 years since his passing away. So rest in peace, Shinzo. But Trump said we're willing to back United States if needed. Which is nice, which is what we should do. Oh, I gotta go turn on some air. Hold on. It's as hot as Satan's asshole today. Let's earn $150 so I can buy an AC for the house. Let's go right now. We're going to make it happen. We're going to get it all done within 10 minutes. And go. Here, you guys want some screaming of random villagers? Yes. Blistering 71. Terrible. I don't know how you're ever going to be able to cope. I, for one, feel your pain. There's raining ballistic missile impact at the 5th Fleet HQ in Bahrain. Jaffa high-rise building can be seen being hit. The Jafar high-rise building is what was hit at the base. I don't know what that is off the top of my head. A cooling blanket? Hold on. That actually sounds heavenly, I'm not gonna lie. My body naturally runs hot because of my fibro, so I'm curious. Curious. Oh, that's not bad. Cooling blanket, twin, 18 bucks. Oh. I may have to save up for one. Well, the funny thing is, it's federal, and they're yelling at these city officers. So... You don't have to wear socks anymore. You don't have to wear them at all. That's your personal choice.
Just about back where we started, chat.
I'm waiting for the next round of impacts.
Just about.
They're as sharp as a blunt dildo, I would say. I got no idea. I only know about the one guy that died who was driving, from what I heard. I'm waiting for more updates, but everyone's just kind of biding their time. I was like, why is my freaking camera acting all stupid? It's pointing at the ceiling for some reason.
Masks are starting to go on, chat.
I've been sitting here the whole time trying to figure out why, and I was like, oh, why the hell are you pointing at the ceiling? Stupid thing. Probably because it's getting too dark and you don't have enough light. I mean, if you want, you can go for it. I'm not going to stop you.
We're here, chat. We're here. All right, chat. We're here. It sounds like there's going to be more and more protests. So, again, hit that Cash App, hit that PayPal, hit that like, hit that follow, hit that share, hit that sub. And we'll stay out here. As long as this goes, chat. We got choppers.
Yeah, Radagascar, I think it's a good idea. Military's breaking for breakfast. Maybe. Sean, here's what you need to do. You need to go to Trappers and you need to buy a case of ammo and say I sent you. That would help me out a lot right now. Then advertise. Buy yourself something nice and that will help me. I think it's a money issue. Why they don't have them? I think they should have them. I think it's one of the best things for law enforcement. I think it helps them more than anybody. You know, like, what is my camera tripping right now? It's why certain, I look like Chibi Doki with my eyes all messed up. Tacos, burritos. I even love taquitos. Yeah, but it's where the money's going, right? Because you got to remember the same money that's going to them is also going for the facilities, movements, gasoline. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm pretty sure they could score some deal or move some cash around to make it happen, but I believe that's the excuse they're going to use. But I think they should have him too. I think it's just a good thing. I think it saves their ass. I also think the taser should be the first thing that they use. None of this fighting people bullshit or like anything else.
Chat, I've taken over the ABC. No, ABC's not here, so I'm ABC 13 now. MDG 13. Screenshot that. Screenshot that, chat. Me is ABC 13.
See, that would be good. Again, I think it'd be a good idea to have him.
Chopper up there. Chopper's getting lower. Probably trying to get a good angle. Oh, man. I think we're doing a moment of silence, chat.
Oh, add this to the save act? There you go. That could work too. Again, I'm with you. I think they should have them. Just sneak it on in. And I wonder if it would also clear things up too, that people wouldn't bitch and moan about if it was more clear for people to see. Because once all the footage came out about that chick when she ran over the cop, people kind of were like, oh, okay. I mean, yeah, but, you know, at least in this way you have proof to throw in their face. Iran's Gadha blah, 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 blah said, Americans still haven't learned that bullying and breaking promises are no longer cost-free. Let me put it plainly. If you strike, you'll get hit. Don't flail around pointlessly or you'll sink even deeper. The Strait of Hormuz will only open when Iranian arrangements, not American threats. Well, your cities are on fire and your bridges are blown up, so I don't know what you want, buddy.
Super chat.
guy's annoying. Chinese consumerism has slowed more than expected, and China's taking a huge hit. And the stuff with Iran is not helping whatsoever. Oh, that's a good point, Chris. "13 seconds ago, Iran launches missiles towards U.S. base in the Gulf, apparently. So we're having more missiles being launched towards us. Of course, the Indian news is the only one covering it. Of course. Tio, you still playing hide the sausage with that AI hooker? Okay, you are. All right. Good to know, buddy. Let's go see.
When the first precision strikes were launched by Israel and the United States together against Iran, claiming the life of their supreme leader Ali Khamenei. What's now been revealed is the exact death spot. Images have been revealed to show the spot where the supreme leader, the late supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was killed. It's a never before seen visual that we are bringing to you on your screens. You can see what remains of this entirety of the house.
I'm looking for him right now.
In is rubble and ash. That's it. It's all in tatters at this point of time. This is the aftermath of that very airstrike. It all lies in a heap of ruins, as this is Khamenei's home and office that's been revealed. This is where he was, his family was, when that strike wiped out most of his family along with him on February 28. This is ground zero inside the destroyed office of the late Supreme Leader Khamenei. New images that emerge from the deadly February 28 strike. The compound is now left in rubble after the US-Israel strike.
Come, you say?
That killed Khamenei before the very world and had started this entirety of the war that has been on since then. And it seems that it's only resumed again. The particular peace deal that was in the making, that was in the works, seems to now have fallen apart. Ashraf continues to stay with me. Ashraf, first visuals that we are looking at of that very compound where Ali Khamenei is. You know, right after news had first come out that he is no more, there was a lot of speculation about where was he because there were 3 strikes that had taken place on February 28th, and there was a lot of discussion about where was Ali Khamenei, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, exactly stationed, that his family along with him, most of his family along with him, completely got wiped out. And these are the visuals of that very aftermath of the strike that claimed his life.
Absolutely, Shreya, and the Israel and Israeli intelligence agency Mossad was working for that plot for the years together, and finally they were tracking each and every movement of the supreme leader, and they have.
I don't care. He's already dead. What's up? That's happening now.
All these updates coming in here in terms of the latest strikes. Explosions are being heard in multiple areas. The U.S. is also striking railway bridges.
We turned them into paper.
City. of Akala. So multiple areas are being targeted. The point we're trying to make here is that multiple areas are being targeted. Multiple explosions have been reported in southeastern Iran. Specifically, the southern area of Iran has been targeted by these US strikes. And according to initial reports, around 10 blasts were heard in the cities of Chabahar and Konark a short while ago, while parts of Chabahar are experiencing power outages. Republic's investigation into child sexual abuse material on Meta's platforms enters day 3, and the disturbing findings continue. Even after being confronted with evidence, Instagram and Facebook continue to host content involving sexual exploitation of children.
Jesus Christ! Well, that's not what I wanted. I want stuff in Iran. That's terrible, but I want stuff in Iran. I'm trying to... God damn, lady. I think they were just moving his bones around is what was happening.
You know, earlier he was saying the ceasefire is over, the MOU is over. However, he also said in another breath that he believes that's really up to some of these negotiators, people like Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, who have been leading that. So it's still unclear at this point what the fate of this agreement between the U.S. and Iran is and whether or not it is truly over. And some other things I just want to point out. I'm catching up with my sources, Jim. One thing is that there is no question that the president, they say, is very frustrated about the strait not yet being fully open. Remember, that was a key part, really one of the first lines in that memorandum of understanding that was signed just a couple weeks ago. The other part is that Iran struck some of these vessels in the strait while he's in NATO, while he was meeting with foreign leaders and on a world stage. We know that Trump likes to tout these types of successes when he goes to these big summits. Wasn't able to do that with Iran striking.
I don't know. He's not there right now. That's what I was looking for.
Is, I'm told he's also
currently not
losing
on.
some patience.
He usually comes on later.
Negotiations, specifically when it comes to the talks around Iran's future nuclear program, the state of Iran's future nuclear program. So all of that, I think, contributing to what we're seeing really publicly spill out today while he was in Turkey and, of course, with some of these strikes.
Elena, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Does anyone in the White House share with you concern that the president is losing control of this war, that he doesn't have the ability to end it or to force negotiations that he has said or claimed that he has?
They don't frame it that way. What I will say is, what I found very interesting is there's a lot of differing opinion inside the West Wing, including among many of their cabinet officials. We've done extensive reporting on this about whether or not they believe that Iran would actually ever live up to its commitments, and whether, in Trump's words, you know, they're tapping the U.S. along. There are a lot of people that believe that that was never going to happen, that Iran was never going to honor its commitments. However, there's also a large consensus, again, with the top officials and advisors Trump speaks with, the chief of staff, to the defense secretary, the list goes on, that they all wanted to get this war over with. It's something Trump wants as well. They want this to end, and having an all-out war, a return to major combat operations, is not, I think, in their minds, a way that this will end quickly. So they are in a bit of a very tight spot here on how to proceed.
Elena Trian at the White House. Appreciate it. Let's go now to CNN's Fred Pleitgen, who is inside Iran. We should note CNN operates there only with the permission of the government, but maintains full editorial control of its reports. So, Fred, here we are again, and Iran again the target. Tell us what state media, what Iranian officials and others are telling you about the extent of these strikes.
Hi there, Jim. Well, they certainly seem to be even broader than the strikes that we saw last night by the United States against targets in Iran. One of the things we have to point out is that here in Tehran, where we are, everything is quiet. So it certainly seems as though they are still restricted to those coastal areas, but certainly seem to be in a broader part of those coastal areas than, for instance, we've seen yesterday when the strikes were initiated at almost the same time that we're speaking.
Oh, the sky is going to get very crowded.
For instance, it appears to
is it going to be in the same orbit or higher?
Around Bushehr. There is, of course, a nuclear power plant in Bushehr. So far, the Iranians are saying that that has not been targeted. There are some military bases around those as well. That's in the northern part of the Persian Gulf. Then we have those areas around that arch of the Strait of Hormuz itself, but also an island on the western entrance of the Strait of Hormuz called Abu Musa. And then even as far
I know a
to
guy
the
that's
east
making
as
something to clean
Chabahar,
up
which
space.
is actually a port town that is very close to the border with Pakistan. So the strikes, if they are still indeed ongoing, seem to
God.
be ongoing for an extended period of
So
time.
you have 3 different
They also
companies
seem to be
battling for
broader than
space up
strikes
there?
that we have seen before, not just yesterday, but of course in those skirmishes that have been taking place over the past couple of weeks. So certainly the United States seems to be hitting some of those targets there inside Iran. At the same time, the Iranians are saying, or had been saying, that there is going to be retaliation for any sort of strikes that the United States conducts. Of course, one of the things that the Iranians have been targeting, or say they've been targeting, is U.S. assets, specifically in the Gulf countries. What we've seen so far is especially the U.S. trying to target, or the Iranians, sorry, trying to target U.S. assets in Kuwait and also in Bahrain. Whether or not that's going to be the case this time is obviously something that we don't know just yet. The Iranians haven't started that yet. But one thing that I think we should focus on, Jim, is the fact that the president had said in his press conference earlier that the U.S. might take the Karg Island, which of course is so important for Iranian oil exports. Well, Iranian politicians have been coming out and saying, look, the U.S. can try and do that, but it's going to be bloody for the United States, and that the Iranians are ready for that.
Hey, at least
so
you
the
tried.
Iranians certainly telegraphing
It's more than
that they
most
are
people
going to
do.
respond,
At least you're trying to
also
reach out and make something
telegraphing that
happen.
they are
That's noble, man.
or up for a larger fight if this memorandum of understanding falls apart.
I always respect people trying, right? Like, if you're trying to make it happen, and that's pretty respectful.
In both directions. Fred Pleitgen in Tehran, thanks so much. Joining me now, retired U.S. Air Force Lieutenant General Dave Deptula. Good to have you back, sir. Thanks so much for joining.
You bet, Jim.
Let me ask a very basic strategic question. If the goal of these strikes recently have been, 1, to open the Strait of Hormuz, but 2, to force Iran to the negotiating table and make concessions, have the strikes met either of those goals?
Well, I think that the strikes underway need to be executed before we can properly answer that question. I think that what you're seeing is the U.S. is shifting from purely paper compliance model to more of an enforced consequences
There's
model.
Someone in this channel right now, Bez, that's working on it.
Remember, and I think we have to be careful not to mirror image to the Iranians what our response might be, and to recognize that Iran only cares about or will respond to force. So that's part of the challenge here. I'm concerned that perhaps we're thinking a little bit too much the way we would react, as opposed to what needs to be done to get the Iranians to comply. And that means greater application of force, quite frankly.
I mean, the trouble is they have not responded to force.
I'm not going to say who it is, but they know who it is.
The U.S. wants one, which is to unrestrained opening of the Strait, as well as serious negotiations going forward. And I understand the application of further force. But to what degree, right? I mean, the question is, how far is the U.S. willing to go? I mean, you have this chorus, right? If you listen to everybody from several, Israeli officials speaking publicly to the Wall Street Journal editorial board, they will say, finish the job. Well, what does finish the job mean?
Yeah, well, that's the challenge. I mean, if it was easy, it would be over with by now. Now, obviously, I'm not going to discuss operational target lists in detail, but conceptually, the target sets that are being exercised include the systems that Iran uses to threaten the Strait, which includes IRGC naval assets, coastal anti-ship missiles, all these things that I think you've gone over ad nauseum, command and control sites. But to a much, much greater degree than they've been reduced so far. One of the topics that people get all excited about is electricity. That is the single most highly leveraged target there is. You take out the electricity that powers the IRGC capabilities, and you shut them down. And a legal case can be made that you can do that in accordance with the laws of armed conflict. So, you know, there's one potential area that could actually paralyze the IRGC's ability to operate. So I think that what we need to do, and the mistake that we need to avoid, is conducting pinprick retaliation. The right approach is to attack the systems that enables Iran's maritime coercion.
But yes, I will say that person needs to get that thing up and running and become a billionaire.
At least on the table, up until the point that ground
and then
forces
slide me a few million
for that possibility. How big a risk would that be? Whether you're saying go on shore along the strait to destroy positions you can't destroy entirely from the air, or go on to Karg Island to take possession of Karg Island or control it so that Iran is constricted economically, or
mine under once
go
a week
on the ground
cat
to
dust
retrieve
buddies.
all the
Here
highly
you go.
enriched uranium. Can you do any of those things without the risk of significant casualties?
Short answer is absolutely not.
Yeah.
Okay, now you raised three separate conditions, which are all different. The one that's been batted around the most recently is the whole issue of Karg Island. Well, why? Well, because Karg Island matters because it's central to Iran's oil export capacity. But the objective is not the island itself. The
Hey,
objective
Samuel,
is
leave
the
for
flow
$4.99.
of oil revenue that funds Iran's aggressions. And we can neutralize
Hey,
that
don't be
flow
sorry, brother.
through aerial mining, maritime exclusion, precision
Appreciate
strikes on the
$4.99.
export infrastructure, and sustained surveillance without putting U.S. sons and daughters on Iranian soil
I
and
appreciate it all,
dramatically
buddy.
increasing potential U.S. casualties. So let's not occupy what we can neutralize.
Lieutenant General Dave Deptula, appreciate you joining.
I appreciate people just coming in and hitting the like button.
Well, now to right in the middle of it, the Arabian Sea, where the commanding officer of the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier says that Iran has looked for ways to target his ship. Our colleague Pamela Brown is on board, where she spoke to Captain Daniel Keeler in a CNN exclusive.
The president today said that there have been many
checked.
attacks against the Abraham Lincoln. I wonder what you can tell us about the attacks you have been what you've seen.
Since we've gotten here,
I had to go look for it.
Clearly, during Epic Fury, they, the Iranians
Thank you for the 5
opportunities to attack this ship. I think we're very well defended. They don't get close.
Today they targeted military bases. Have you seen the threats against the Abraham Lincoln
Went to the freaking
go down
spam
in
folder.
recent weeks and months, and like more toward the land?
Yeah, I think it's cyclical, and you'd have to ask Iran why they're picking what they're picking. But I think we're a very hard target because we move, and some of those land-based targets are not as difficult.
I find like a holy grail in there. Holy shit!
Agadoo push pineapple, shake the tree. Agadoo push pineapple, grind coffee to the left, to the right, jump up and down into the knees, come and dance every night, sing with a hula melody.
What the hell was that?
Up
from?
next, the breaking news. The United States launching new strikes against Iran as Trump says the ceasefire is over and threatens a ground invasion of Karg Island. We're live on the USS Abraham Lincoln in the Arabian Sea with our team also live in Tehran. Plus, the Islamic Republic of Japan. Trump stumbling at a press conference today with a number of headline grabbers, including confusing Zelensky and Putin. So what happened? And a conflict of interest. Trump's foreign licensing business growing 900% since he returned to the White House, according to Forbes. Where is that money coming from and why? Let's go outside.
It's all good, man. Hey, at least you got over the halfway mark tonight. That's
And
awesome.
good evening. I'm Erin Burnett. Out front tonight, the breaking news. New explosions rocking Iran tonight as President Trump's ordered U.S. forces to strike Iranian targets along the Strait of Hormuz. We've got new video of a massive explosion in one coastal city. President Trump posting several other images and videos of explosions like this one. And it's unclear where and when most of these are from. But take a look at this specific image, which Trump posted. He included this caption with
welcome.
So you look at the image there.
Or sister.
He wrote, this is
I don't know which one it is, but thank you very much for the flavor.
Ships by Iran.
Appreciate you.
If it happens again, it will get much worse. Well, this is confusing, right? Because he says that this image is in retribution for yesterday, but we can tell you that that image is actually an altered image from what appears to be an Israeli strike in June of last year. So there's a lot of confusion about what's being posted and the accuracy. But in a moment, we're going to take you to the ground, live to the USS Abraham Lincoln. The aircraft carriers in the Gulf of Oman, vital to these strikes. And you can see our Pamela Brown there. She is reporting there live. And as the U.S. waits for Iran to retaliate for these strikes, the UN Secretary General is speaking out, warning that the world is now teetering, he says, on the brink of catastrophe, after Trump has once again threatened a ground military invasion of Iran.
Maybe we'll take over Cargill. You know, we may take over Cargill. There's not a thing they can do about it.
Tonight's strikes follow a series of insults leveled at Iran by the president today.
They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people. And they're vicious, violent people.
Yeah, thank you very much for the full $5. Thank you, Bez.
Crazy. I have
thank
to make
you,
sure one thing, that
Eva Kudrova.
Lunatics having control
Samuel,
over
thank you, Bez.
Weapons.
So today he said they're scum and they're vicious and violent. The reason that that is jarring is that this is what he said just a few days ago.
And they were nice to deal with. They were strong people, smart people. I think actually they're smarter than the first and second group. But they're not radicalized, and they're, you know, looking to help their country.
So those swings when it comes to Trump's rhetoric and what he's saying about Iran do...
All right, listen, stupid. One, he was trying to make peace, right? He's trying to make peace. And he's trying to make sure that no more people are dying, right? While he's trying to make peace, somebody, whoever they are, decides that they're going to start shooting weapons, right? And killing people on ships. So I would say, yeah, he probably is a little bit booty tickled about it, I would imagine. Right? Is she drunk, nodding off a lot? I don't know. I gotta talk about Trump. I'm a little both. But you know, for him trying to make peace and being like, all right, look, they're working, everything's great, and then it doesn't happen again. That's probably why he has a swing of how he feels, right?
Because the world is a bigger place, so it's not.
The Sandy, a glass of red. I felt pretty good before.
It's a great question, because that should have a huge impact on healthcare, because prescription drugs is a big price, but prescription drugs have come down 400 to 500 to 600% under Trump. And that alone should win us the midterms. And the Democrats will terminate it and try and blame somebody else like us, as I call them, the Democrats. Democrat. You know what a Democrat?
Speaking of Democrats, do you think that the Democrats should be able to pick a replacement for Graham Plattner? He's had all these new allegations that have come out. Now Democrats are talking about picking a replacement for him. Should they be able to do that?
They're picking what?
A replacement for Graham Plattner if he steps out of the race.
So he won the primary.
And now there's these new allegations.
It's very hard for them to do. And it's really a question of whether or not you believe the woman. A lot of people say big falsehoods. It's he's in a bind. He's in a bind. But should they be able to do it? Well, I guess he's going to lose. I would imagine he's going to lose.
I misread that. I thought you said CNN is anti-woman. I was like, well, I could see that. But yes, very much so. Well, they're anti whatever is to the right of center, right? Again, I feel like if Trump cured cancer, they would be like, but for how long, or some stupid thing in there.
Housing costs to spike 30%. What is the lesson to be learned in that?
What's happening is housing costs are going down and rental costs are going down because we're getting so many illegals out of the country. But Joe Biden raised the cost of housing by 40 and 50%. The cost of rental, because they were housing illegal aliens in all of those
those empty units, and now they're coming down because we're removing people that are here illegally, criminals from the Congo, from Venezuela. We love Venezuela, but Maduro emptied out his jails. They opened up their jails, they let them in, but many countries did that. 25 million people, and we've got, I think we're getting most of the bad ones out, and we start the process, but we've done very well in that.
I know you're talking about them. About CNN. I know you're not talking about me.
By allowing you
All
don't
good.
even think of that. And you know who paid for it? The federal government. So the federal government is renting at tremendous prices all of these houses to service illegal immigrants, but they're not taking care of our soldiers. They didn't take care of our soldiers. So it's a sad thing. Enjoy the flight. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, sir.
That was number 5 or 6 or 7 today. And every question is a kill. But then we have Daniel and some very good reporters. You're a great reporter, Bob. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. President.
President Trump on the new Air Force One returning home to the White House following this NATO summit, a pair of consequential days talking about defense spending, but also the latest with what's going on in Iran and Ukraine. So we're following that closely here on Live Now from Fox as he took the new Air Force One for the United States over to Turkey, but took the old Air Force One from Turkey to the United Kingdom before getting back on the new plane as well. So an interesting pathway for the president to get there and get back, but plenty of top headlines that we were diving into. I'm Andy Mack. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break.
I still think he talks like this when he's on the thing.
Resume.
I don't care. They can talk, but I think they're wasting their time. They're a bunch of lying.
Does this mean that talks with Iran will not resume?
I don't care. They can talk, but I think they're wasting their time. They're a bunch of lying guys.
I wish more people would show up too. It is what it is.
Deals. My whole life is just.
You guys want to help? Just whenever we go live, go on X and share it out. It helps a lot.
Tremendous success. Everything.
X is like one of the best platforms to get information out right now, so might as well use it.
They're liars.
I don't honestly know. I don't want to talk over him, but like I don't honestly know if he's on the new plane. From last thing I heard, he said it was going to go over to the Air Force Base so that the Air Force guys could be like, oh my God, nice plane, right? That's not why it was going over there. We all know why it was going over there, right? It was going over there because like he's like, hey, I want you to scan this thing. Make sure there's no explosives, no bugs, no tracking devices, right? Like nothing weird on this plane before I get it. So I don't know. It all depends. Like if he goes and is already on there, that means it's already being swept, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't be surprised if he's still on the original one.
People, they killed 54,000 people as of now that were protesting. You know, when people say, how come they haven't...
I believe it has a new paint job, yes.
Because they're dead. They killed...
But I think no matter who touches it, I think he sent it over to be like, hey, make sure no one did anything weird.
Nobody's going to take over. They have no guns, and the other side has machine guns. And they're killing them. The press doesn't report it. But they're bad people. They're bad people. And frankly, I don't want to waste my time with them. Now, I'll let our wonderful negotiators keep talking if they want, but I don't see it. I don't like these people. You know that? I like him. I like the leaders. I think all of these leaders. And they love. I think they didn't treat the United States fairly for many years, but that's okay. But
more air defense missiles. This is our top priority right now.
And now he appears to be one step closer to getting his wish. At a sit-down with President Trump at Wednesday's NATO summit in Turkey, the president agreed to give Ukraine the license to manufacture their own Patriots.
we'll give them the right to...
I want a truck with a Patriot.
we'll show them how to do it.
That's a major win for Ukraine that could help turn the tide of the war now in its 5th year. In recent months, the Ukrainians have shifted their strategy toward using Ukrainian drones to target Russian supply lines and infrastructure. The president praising their ability to hold out for so long against a much larger Russian force.
I think we're want them made closer so we can get to them easier.
In recent days, President Trump has shown an interest in revisiting peace talks and is looking into the possibility of a face-to-face between Zelensky and Russian President Vladimir Putin in a neutral location. Initially, Putin had wanted a meeting to be held in Moscow.
Would you go to Moscow?
It's difficult. There are a lot of Ukrainian drones there. That's right.
President Trump also said that the U.S. would be willing to work on some
They have the
kind of
license
security
to,
package for Ukraine,
so they have to build their
but did not
facility
give
up to do it, but
specifics.
afterward, yeah, they could.
In Washington, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much, Alex. More in terms of Ukraine, as they have sharply escalated a campaign against Russian merchant ships shipping in the Sea of Azov, stepping up efforts to disrupt fuel supplies occupied in Crimea. As you can see from the Financial Times, talking about the intensity of those attacks increasing on Russian ships, as it marked the highest number of merchant vessels targeted within 48 hours since the start of the renewed Russian invasion. As Kyiv's military said, it has struck 8 small fuel tankers supplying the peninsula. Let's be joined right now here by global shipping expert, maritime expert, friend of the program, Sal Mercogliano. Sal, thank you so much for joining us. Have we seen a disruption in navigation in the Sea of Azov and other parts near the Black Sea?
Thanks for having me, Andy. This is a substantial attack. I mean, we're looking at somewhere in the range of 21 ships. Now, these ships are nothing like we see, for example, in the Strait of Hormuz, much smaller. These are vessels that are plying the waterways along the Don River and the Volga. So coastal vessels, somewhere in the range of 3,000 to 7,000 tons. But this is a significant attack. 21 ships. A lot of these ships are being used to move fuel into Crimea for the Russians there. We also think some of this fuel may be being used to transfer to other ships out in the Black Sea. But this is part of a larger Ukrainian campaign against shipping in general. You may remember earlier this year, we saw Ukrainian drones, unmanned surface drones, being used against commercial tankers in the Black Sea heading toward ports in Russia. Saw a recent example of that just today, too, again. So this is definitely an effort by the Ukrainians to strike.
Yeah, it's going to be mainly to hit other rockets down. I don't think they're going to use it for offensive. It's only going to be defensive, and that's probably what part of the deal is.
Of the Black Sea, kind of right next to Crimea, it's a shallow sea. Is that the reason the vessels are so small, or just what they're distributing back and forth?
Yeah, the Sea of Azov was really one of the key reasons that Russia invaded Ukraine in the beginning. The northern shore of the Sea of Azov, this is where cities like Berdansk and Mariupol were, cities that got a lot of attention early in this war. One of the things the Russians wanted to do was create an overland route to Crimea, but they also wanted to clear the Ukrainians out from interdicting shipping on the Sea of Azov. And the Sea of Azov is where the entire inland waterway system of Russia dumps into. The Rostov, which is a major city on the Don River, it's kind of like New Orleans to Russia. This inland waterway
and you know,
system
if they do result to a nuke,
kind of cuts through Russia. It goes
I don't know if a Patriot could shoot it out of the sky. It might be able to, but even then, you would still have some fallout.
So all the food, fuel, and fertilizer comes out through this area. So the Sea of Azov has been very crucial for Russia as an access to really ensure it's making money and supplying its forces in Crimea.
And in contrast to the Strait of Hormuz, that's an international waterway, this not so much. How does that, the jurisdiction of who's in charge of the Sea of Azov, factor into this?
Well, I think this is one of the reasons why we saw that initial attack in 2022. The Russians wanted to make sure that the Ukrainians couldn't do it. They were within artillery range of the Ukrainians when they sailed out. So the Sea of Azov is claimed now as Russian territory. But again, this is captured land from the Ukrainians. So it is a bit of a disputed area. However, one of the things that we have seen happen here is that the Russians and Ukrainians have been striking at vessels in ports, in the coastal waters. But more importantly, they're expanding out into the international waters of the Black Sea. Lots of concern right now that the Russians are going to retaliate against a lot of the grain ships going into Ukraine, loading and coming out. Always the potential that that could spread, hit vessels in and around the neighbors of Ukraine, particularly Romania, which has a border with Ukraine.
I want to ask about that, the vessels, the ships that are in this kind of area. Do they depart? Do they venture into the Black Sea, or is this a transit that is mainly occupied in the Sea of Azov?
So the ships that have been
right. So I guess if as the thing comes out, flying overhead,
these are not really large,
you have to detonate the damn thing before it enters Ukraine, and before any of the other multi-warheads come pissing out of it, right?
Either transfer them ashore or transfer them to ships. There used to be a massive anchorage.
If you get hit before the full detonation, I guess you have to only worry about the fallout of the material,
further south,
which should be a lot less than it going, you know,
toward Georgia.
critical in the air.
Are being used for this, but these tankers are very small. There was issues last year. You may remember there was a couple of sinkings of these tankers in storms because these ships were being ventured out into deep water. A lot of suspected potentially mines being used by the Ukrainians on some of these ships. So the Ukrainians have really taken a
now I'm curious. Hold on.
against Russian shipping.
Is there any other oil tankers? Because we talked about the
oh, so the detonation core is already there.
Are there any tankers
all right,
coming
hold
from
on.
a different
I'm curious.
How
far does
by Russia?
Well, this is one of the big, kind of developments we're seeing.
What
is Russia
is
has been
the
exporting
range of
diesel
a
fuel in huge quantities throughout this conflict? It's been used to really bankroll the Russians, but now we're seeing that flip on its ear. We're seeing reports right now of Russian crude oil going out to India, being refined, and now being brought back in because diesel is so low. Matter of fact, Russia has just implemented a boycott on exporting any further diesel out of the country because the reserves.
So 62 to 93 miles out, depending on the radar. So you have a nice radar system, you might be able to hit it farther out, right?
But now we may see loaded tankers
or satellite imagery, maybe
heading toward Russian ports. And if they're subjected to attack, well, this could involve environmental issues for the nations along the Black Sea.
And that is very interesting. All right, Sal, I do want to talk about another maritime.
So the PAC-3 was actually designated to take out and intercept ballistic missiles, the TBMs that could carry nuclear warheads.
The U.S. has responded twice in response to what's
So
going on.
that's the PAC-3, and I don't know if we gave them PAC-3 authorization or plans.
Through that route.
So we've seen a big uptick, obviously, over the past couple of weeks. We were able to start seeing substantial amount of oil coming out, nowhere near where we were pre-war. However, over the past few days, we have at least 3, if not 5 attacks by Iranian forces against shipping in the southern part of the Strait of Hormuz. This is what's known as the Oman Channel.
Sorry.
This is the area that the United States has been using to move ships out, largely in convoys, clusters of vessels coming out. Now that's pretty
There apparently might be a PAC-4 too.
Movement come through anymore.
That's not been released.
Now with the U.S. retaliation against Iran, we're seeing the MOU breakdown. We're seeing the ceasefire breakdown, and this puts us in a very precarious
so they might be doing the threes.
We were hoping to start seeing the resumption of normal flows out of this region. Right now, globally, what we were concerned about is global supply of oil reserves, both afloat and ashore, are very low, and we really needed this to kind of pick back up. Now, this is going to send shocks through the system.
In Houston,
and unfortunately,
people are protesting against
take one thing to kind of
ICE.
disrupt this, and that's what we're seeing right now.
We're already seeing potentially more than
apparently some guy tried to run over the
we talk about a threat of another blockade, and we saw that going into effect for
some ICE agents after they were after him and resulted in shooting.
A blockade trying to get out of the Persian Gulf.
Well, I mean, we saw
that's what they're out there for.
In the end of June 25th.
And we're talking about Patriot missile systems.
Tried to get ships out. It was Day of the Seafarer. They were really working to get those 11,000 seafarers that have been trapped in the Persian Gulf out. They were able to get about 3,500 out, several hundred ships, but then there was a series of attacks back then, and that kind of locked everything back up again.
Yeah.
And what we're seeing is it happens again. Now all of a sudden,
and a race too while you're at it.
I kind of use the fainting goat analogy. This is kind of the defense mechanism for shipping shipping that
Fainting
kind of lock in
goat.
place,
That's racist.
unless there's some sort of security for them. This is going to cause some huge disruptions. One of the things that the oil sector was doing was moving a lot of empty tankers into the region with the prospect that they were going to get into the area and start loading. We saw Saudi Arabia fire up their plants and terminals on the Persian Gulf side, the Kuwait, Qatar. They were all in the midst of really kind of ramping back up production and opening it up. And this is just going to put
So
everything
according to
back
the
on its
robot,
heels again,
Kiev and surrounding
meaning
regions,
that we're
eastern
going to
front
see
areas,
potential shortages
southern
of oil
Odessa
out
region,
there on the
critical
market.
energy infrastructure, western Ukraine would be the best place to put the Patriot systems.
Will insurance premiums skyrocket again? Is that something that we're keeping our eye on?
We're definitely seeing that.
Interesting.
One of the things that has happened continuously.
Robot also suggests
is that
asking Israel
insurance has
for
been one of the big issues. You may remember the very first week. This is what
the
kind of
David's
locked
cod
everything
piece
up.
and whatever the
But
hell the
now
other thing
insurance
was.
is available. The issue you really have here is
David
security.
Sling
What kind of
and
security can the United States and its allies provide?
The Arrow, or whatever the hell the
One of
two
things
things
that
are
Iran
called.
has demonstrated here
Just
is that
ask-
they can launch enough
Ask Israel
drones,
for
either
their missile
surface or
defense systems,
aerial,
which have been
to
proven
hit
to work.
ships.
These
And
could be
that's enough
used
to
also
cause
on
shipping
tactical
companies to
nuclear
really
warheads.
hesitate. Insurance, will pay for the damage to a ship. They'll pay for the loss of cargo. What they won't pay for is the future loss of revenue of these ships. And for many ship owners, they don't want to risk losing a ship for the next 10, 15 years. And so they're going to be very cautious, very risk adverse to take these challenges without any sort of assurances by the United States. Now, the strikes are hopefully kind of giving that, but we've seen this play out before.
That is so very true. Sal, anything else you're keeping your eye on? Anything else you want to know before I let you go?
I think one of the big issues here is the long-term prospect of some of these vital commodities that we've been
So yeah,
missing.
you'd
Again,
have
we
to
talk a lot
intercept
about
it, I
oil
think,
and
still in
natural
Russia.
gas,
And
but
if you're
one of
trying
the
to
big
do something with,
items that we're
you know,
seeing here is bulk
not very
products,
fast,
fertilizer,
right?
For example, big issue. We don't see
There's
the
some most
impact of a shortage
non-CBM
of
style missiles is
fertilizer
actually
until
Iron
harvests start
Dome or
coming
any other
in.
sea-based
That has
Aegis
been a
systems.
factor we're going to know
Yeah.
in the growing season. And one of the big things that we're starting to see crop up here right now, Andy, is increased cost in moving goods across the ocean. We're having a spike right now in the arrival of containers with the prospect of new tariffs coming in the
Again,
United
I would say
States.
they might
So
be
we're
the next
seeing
group to
higher
really go
costs
talk to
move
and be
goods
like,
across associated with higher fuel costs, and more importantly, the rush to get goods across before the new tariffs kick in. So we may be talking about tariffs once again in the near future.
And U.S. also reinstating some of those sanctions on Iranian oil. So plenty of developments going on in the Middle East and the Black Sea, Ukraine region as well. Sal, thank you again. I appreciate your time, your insight here on Live Now.
Thank you for having me, Andy.
All right, thanks so much. All right, great conversation.
Right,
Breaking down
exactly.
some of those
Only in Russia
latest
was actual
developments
ICBM.
with Ukraine,
Because then you
and
want the
with
fallout on their
Middle East
side, not your
as well,
side, right?
Way back from that NATO summit. Manny Mac, we're back after this.
Aegis Ashore. That's the land-based one. IMD platform for a more capable Patriot in some respects, especially in mid-course ballistic missile interceptions. Uses the AN Spy 1 for upgrades, radar for wide area tracking combined with standard missile SM-3 for exo-atmospheric ballistic interception. That's a mouthful to say. Land-based variation with vertical launch systems, the MK-41 relied on and deployed in Romania. Operational since 2018 and Poland recently activated. I wonder why. For regional ballistic missile defense. Advantages over the Patriot, large defended area, better mid-course interception. Network and other systems excellent for layered defense against ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and aircrafts. Sweet. Well, and also, don't they break out into multiple warheads, Samuel, once they reach their apex? I don't know. I'm just coming up with ideas with it. Only if it's an ICBM. Because I would say that's the biggest thing to worry about with the Russians. I still think Putin's dying of cancer or some shit, but
maintains that the MOU with Iran includes restoring the Strait of Hormuz to its pre-war status, and Iran continues to assert control over the critical waterway.
U.S. military says that it has carried out new strikes on multiple targets.
Apogee, highest point of the flight, approximately halfway through the mid-course phase and altitude of approximately 1200 miles.
Iran is also likely to have
Apogee for what? Lower heads of the cruise missiles is kind of strange considering they are more of a smaller, more intricate targets. I don't know, there's some reason. Let's go see if anyone's ever done it. Let's, just for shits and giggles, I'm curious. Is there a multi-warhead cluster? Maybe it's more of a cluster missile.
In Sirik and Geshem areas in southern Iran. According to the CENTCOM, Iran attacked a Panama-flagged oil tanker. This happened on Saturday, which was carrying some 2 million barrels of crude. In a post on Truth Social, Trump said that the U.S. struck Iranian missile and drone storage locations and coastal radar sites for violating the ceasefire agreement. Trump also warned Iran, saying that the Islamic Republic would cease to exist.
So a cluster payload, but no multiple warhead drop.
Complete the job that it started.
Jesus, that would be terrifying.
It launched ballistic missiles and drones at U.S.
Could you imagine? Like small, like hand grenade nukes being dropped, like a cluster bomb. I don't know why you would, but that'd be terrifying. Where's the actually leaves the atmosphere? Yep, targets from space and fires warheads separately. And they did a couple of those already. And I mean, it's goddamn terrifying to see them going off. I've had dreams of those going off.
Iran hit U.S. targets in the Gulf in retaliation. Now, Bahrain said that it was targeted.
I guess they're more like nightmares, but nightmares are looking up and seeing an ICBM launching multiple warheads down.
Guards had also warned of a broader action if U.S. aggression continued. Now, these renewed hostilities have once again put an already fragile ceasefire under severe strain. Iran has warned vessels not to enter or leave the Hormuz Strait without permission, but ships have continued to move, some using a route not authorized by Tehran. Now, the U.S. maintains that the MOU with Iran includes restoring the Strait of Hormuz to its pre-war status.
I don't remember exactly. I do remember them recently doing an ICBM that was not a nuke, but conventional warhead. And that damn thing was terrifying to see raining down. 750-pound payload. That's a hell of a payload, though.
Said it has carried out new strikes on multiple targets in Iran, and CENTCOM has said that strikes were in response to a fresh attack on a ship transiting the Strait of Hormuz. Now, Iran is also likely to have hit back, with Kuwaiti air defenses responding.
I mean, Bez, you could just, there's two little dots, you could just mute them.
Now, air raid sirens have also been sounded in Bahrain, pushing West Asia on edge once again. Now, in a statement, the U.S. Central Command said that Iran had attacked a Panama-flagged oil tanker on a Saturday, which was carrying some 2 million.
Video outside populated city to show how destructive it could be if they use nukes. That's some scary shit. Saturn 3 ICBM is actually scary, though. Which one's that? Let's go see. Oh, the Satan 3. I don't know why I said Saturn. Saturn's a space rocket.
In southern Iran. Now, in a post on Truth Social, U.S. President Donald Trump has said that the U.S. struck Iran in missile and drone storage locations. And
I mean, I'm not the one saying it. I'll let everyone just say what they want.
Now, he also warned Iran.
I'm just here talking about missiles.
Washington is forced to militarily complete
What's up, Flavor?
Started. Now, the latest strikes come just a day after U.S. had responded to an Iranian attack on a ship transiting the Strait of Hormuz. Iran had hit U.S. targets in the Gulf in retaliation. Bahrain has said it was targeted by several Iranian drones and accused Iran.
Well, that's the Satan too.
Iran's Revolutionary Guards had also warned of a broader action.
Here, let's drum a more nuke talk.
Now, the renewed hostilities have once again put an already fragile ceasefire under severe strain. Iran has warned vessels.
Is it the 3 or the 2? I think Satan carries 14 warheads. I see the 2.
Well, the U.S. maintains that
I just want to see a video of this goddamn thing.
Restoring the Strait of Hormuz to its pre-war status, and Iran continues to assert control over the critical waterway.
This project include fully separated.
That is not what I wanted, damn it. Failed Satan 3 launch? Oh, maybe that's why I can't find it. Here, well, let's do the 2 first, and then I'll do the failed one. How does that sound? Yeah, I'm still on. Soma and Bez were fighting with each other. God damn it!
Were found. There was blood on the clothing, apparently.
Keep hitting the wrong freaking button. Like, here's the thing. Like, I let people say whatever they want in chat, right? Doesn't necessarily mean that's the way I feel, but I try to let people have freedom of saying what they want.
Powerful and longest range intercontinental ballistic missile. It can reach targets anywhere on Earth in less than 30 minutes. Capable of delivering 10 to 16 nuclear warheads to any point on the globe. This missile has a yield of over 50 times more powerful than the Little Boy bomb dropped on Hiroshima.
Which, I mean, we have a lot of other stuff that's more powerful than that, but still, it's shooting, what did it say, 15 of them?
This extraordinary
That's terrifying.
speed is a key factor in its effectiveness. Today, we're going to dive deep into how this powerful weapon actually works.
We do have a bunch of them.
The RS-28 Sarmat ICBM, known as Satan II, is a formidable weapon in Russia's strategic arsenal.
Again, my thing is this, like, I believe people should be able to say what they want, and YouTube has a function to mute the other people you don't want to hear, right? Which is fine. Because if I just start muting everybody and banning people, like, I feel, I don't know. I feel it sets a bad precedence, right? And I feel that I will lose audience because of that, right? So I don't know. I try to let people just say what they want. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
It officially entered operational service in September 2023 as the world's longest range and most powerful ICBM system. The missile is 35.3 meters long and 3 meters in diameter. And here's a comparison.
Yeah, just mute him, man. Like, that's what I would do. I just go and mute him, just, you know, turn the fuck off. Then you enjoy your time. Because why? Don't let them ruin your good time if you're enjoying the show, right? So, I don't know. Anyways, who cares? Back to missiles.
Here's how it stacks up against the size of an average human. The missile can be stored in underground silos or mounted on mobile vehicles, always ready to launch at a moment's notice. But launching it is no simple task. It starts at the highest level with the president or military leaders
the president is a dictator. We all know what Putin is.
Deciding when to launch based on strategic needs. Once that decision is made, a secure launch order is sent to the Launch Control Center. This order is encrypted and requires verification. At the Launch Control Center.
Comrade, tell me, do I have the little book open? Duh. Let me know what it says on page 13. Let's see. And then she found that her pants were not... No, oh, sorry, wrong book.
officers receive the order and verify it using secure codes. Both codes must match before the process can proceed. Then, the target coordinates are entered into the missile's guidance system. This system calculates the best flight path to reach the target. Next, two officers insert their keys into the launch console, and on a coordinated count, they turn their keys simultaneously, arming the missile and activating the launch system. The system performs a final readiness check. Once everything is good to go, one of the officers presses the red launch button, triggering the automated launch sequence. The missile's guidance system is like its brain.
You know, would you be surprised if right now in the American military or any other more advanced military that they had like a chip embedded in your hand that has the launch code in it? Like, so you have to like put your hand down and it has to read that IF chip. And then you have to do all the other happy horse shit. But you and the other guy were the only two with this implant to actually do it. That wouldn't surprise me at all. Or whatever, some damn chip in their hand, right? But, I don't know, maybe they got to change up the chip every once in a while to kind of mix it up. It would get cut off. I mean, you could still cut the key off, right? So you'd still have to do all the other shit, but it'd be one more layer. And on top of it, you could think too, if you walked into a missile silo and there was like a book of, I don't know, White Fang sitting on there and you didn't know that the code was stored inside White Fang. Right? A book in the middle of one of the pages of White Fang and you had no idea.
It controls the missile's movement, ensuring it follows a predetermined flight path, sending the necessary commands to guide it to its target. This guidance system is critical to the missile's operation. The first stage engines ignite. The missile lifts off from the launch platform, following the programmed flight path towards its destination. In these initial moments, the missile uses a gimbaled engine to steer. This engine pivots, changing the direction of the thrust, allowing for precise adjustments in the missile's trajectory. At 2 minutes, the first stage separates at an altitude of 50 kilometers, 31 miles, reaching speeds of over 12,250 kilometers or 7,612 miles per hour. That's Mach 10. Immediately after, the second stage ignites. Each stage has its own engines and fuel tanks. At 10 minutes, the second stage separates and then the third stage ignites. During the mid-course phase, the third stage propels the missile to an altitude of 1,000 kilometers, 621 miles,
they gotta cancel this launch.
at 24,500 kilometers per hour, or Mach 20. As the missile enters space, gas thrusters take over for fine-tuned control, releasing small bursts of gas to adjust its orientation.
If he dies, everything launches?
At 30 minutes, the missile reaches the re-entry point. The third stage separates, and the MIRVs, or Multiple Independently Targetable Re-Entry Vehicles, are deployed. Each MIRV contains a nuclear warhead, a guidance system, and a propulsion unit, and is programmed to hit a separate, independent target, allowing the missile to strike multiple targets simultaneously with devastating precision. As the MIRVs re-enter the Earth's atmosphere at 162 miles, they use advanced guidance systems to make final adjustments, ensuring they hit their targets with pinpoint accuracy. Upon impact, the warheads detonate, causing massive destruction with immense explosive power and catastrophic results. The RS-28 Sarmat, with its ability to deliver multiple nuclear warheads across vast distances with remarkable precision, represents one of the most powerful and complex. In a world where such weapons exist, it's crucial to understand the power they hold and the responsibility that comes with them.
What do they
If you
use
enjoyed
instead of
this
GPS?
video, make sure to hit that.
So this was a year ago. Says Ukraine claims that Russia launched intercontinental ballistic missile, and that's what it did with each warhead. Which I would say this would be goddamn terrifying to see. This is in Iran, for anyone that's just joined it. Missiles. Oh, does it use like a reference? That'd be goddamn terrifying to see, though. All of a sudden, you're pata 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 pata. Oh yeah, especially going to what, terminal velocity coming in? Or damn near close to it? That's some terrifying shit, man. Like, I haven't used my Stinger in a while. I wanted to use it. Yeah, I mean, you'd be pretty much cooked. Basically the Ford Bronco 2 of missiles. Yeah, I guess you have to hit it before, you know, like we were discussing before it hits that point where it releases. Do I have a scientific paper for, for the, how it works? Hey, you can email it to me. I'll read it. I haven't found anything on the Satan 3 yet. Only the 2. I found the Minuteman 3. I believe there's a Satan 3 out there, but I'm not seeing any videos of it. But I believe it is out there. Just me a thing or two about humanity's doomsday weapons. My favorite one is the ultrasound ones. But yeah, you can send it over to me. I'll read that stuff. Usually when like I get off of here, either I watch stuff or I just read. And I read for many hours. And then my weird brain starts merging things together. And I don't remember what was for what. Oh. The new American missiles not available for group chat. I believe we have some stuff that is out there that people have no idea what it is, right? And I think that's the more terrifying part of it all, right? I was going to make a 1-to-1 replica of a Hellfire missile 3D printer, but I didn't want to end up on another list. I mean, if you do it as a model, I don't think anyone would care. First, you got to make a trail that you show you're just doing it as a hobby. That's how you protect your butt. Just like how I want to 3D print a Mataba, but then stick it in a mold and then make a real one. Yeah, there you go. Say it's for Halloween. Say you're an astronaut and you printed the wrong one. YouTube already built a missile replica. Ooh. Like a full-size one? Well, again, for me, if I was to do anything, again, I'm going to make a Mataba. You don't know what the Mataba is. It is the one pistol I want, which I will never be able to get. Which one are you? That's the right one right there. Okay. We'll use Texas Gun Vault. He's got it. One version of it.
Hey everybody, it's can't measure it. I do.
Yeah, it's the auto revolver. When you could buy them with like a barrel extension and a stock and turn it to a rifle. It used to come in a kit. You could pop out the cylinders and the barrels and change it from a 44 mag to a 357. And I think a 4.5 casual. A couple other ones. Right? Me too. I would love one. I actually was on a Windigoon video where he was talking about something. And I actually called him out on this video. I was like, because he's like, oh, it's a Rhino. I was like, that's not a Rhino. It's a Mataba. And he's like, oh. And he's like, I've got my ass handed to me by the chat who told me that I got the gun wrong. They will send ammo to almost every state that allows mail to be sent. It allows ammo to be sent through the mail. Except for California. He doesn't like dealing with California's bullshit, but you can't blame him. And there's the version with the stock and the extended barrel. So that stock came off the back. I think it has a screw. Buddy, just put the gun down. Thanks. So you just come off the back here, and then the handguard came out with a couple screws. So you had this revolver rifle here. Is he going to take it apart? He might take it apart. But you find them on Gunbroker all the time where somebody took the front off and the stock, and it's just the pistol. Or they're missing parts to it. But used to be a whole kit you could get. The pepper rifle? Pepper rifle. It's going to be like a bunch of 22s that shoot out all at once. I type it in, I'm finding a lot of different ones. There's the less than lethal AR-15 pepper rifle. Is it that? No, you said it was from World War I. Hold on. 8-round revolver. Okay, hold on. Wait, the pepper box? Is it that one? Where it's multiple open cylinders? It's a rifle. I'm looking for, I'm not seeing it. I believe you. I'm looking for it right now, but I'm not seeing one. Pepper pot at World War II, Hodgepodge Barrage. No, that's not it. Pepper rifle from World War II. Battlefield 1 pepper rifle. Okay, Battlefield 1 pepper rifle. That might work better. Hold on. I'm a fan of revolvers when I go out camping because I want something that's a very big round that could take something out really. Oh, it's the Piper. Piper rifle. Nah, you're all good. I get shit wrong all the time.
Hey guys, update the gun, give it a solid frame and hammer spur and a single action functionality.
The hell goes in here? That thing's that is a giant. That is a giant bore.
That you could actually cock it manually and then fire instead of only having double action. So Perrin revolvers competed for French military contracts, but really the potential fortunes of the company were kind of squashed a bit when the French military, the French Navy in particular, adopted the Le Fachot instead of the Perrin. However, they would continue to try to make sales elsewhere. They actually they made a contract for 1,000 guns to sell to the Confederacy in the US Civil War. 550 of those were actually delivered. Those were the early open top pattern, of course, and those can be periodically found in the US still to this day. But then they update the gun to the solid frame, and in 1865, they also develop a carbine version, which is exactly what we have here. So let's take a look at it. This is a beautiful example. This is really quite a beautiful gun. A lot of care went into its manufacturing. You've even got some,
it's
some
an 8mm cartridge.
Slightly decorative flourishes in the design of all the parts. We've got sort of a little bit of the same thing down here on the bottom tang. Now, there's nothing fundamental.
They call that the tang, the poo tang.
Mechanically different between the Perrin 1865 revolver and these revolving carbines, with the exception of the fact that the carbine does not have a double action functionality. So,
I mean, it's kind of neat.
Fire in single in the of it.
That is a big goddamn round.
A little bit of blast out here where the cylinder meets up with the barrel. This doesn't have a reciprocating cylinder or any other sort of sealing mechanism like you would find with a...
He doesn't just cover unique weapons really well. The ones he finds are goddamn near like impossible to get a hold of. And even he says like, oh yeah, I have to go through all these hoops to find these. I know we got off the subject of stuff, but I've been talking about Iran for 6 hours, so I gotta have something to something to kind of chill out my brain. Here's something I would love to have, which I also cannot afford, but I would love to have. I saw that when he did the alien pulse rifle. I mean, who doesn't want a fully automatic shotgun? I know someone who has a modern H car. They're pretty badass. They have a fully auto modern H car. Shoots a 30-06. So from what I understood when he got the Pulse rifle, it was a working replica, yes. Yeah, it's like the modern day street sweeper. Is the A12, is that the AR one? Or is that the AK one? Oh no, it's something totally different. The Auto Assault 12, initially designed by Maxwell Atchison, is the 1972 is a fully automatic 12-gauge shotgun, famous for its incredible low recoil, fires 300 rounds per minute. Jesus Christ. 300 rounds per minute shotgun. The only one faster than that is the Fostech, which is the one I was showing. When you absolutely positively want to kill goddamn everything in the room. Did you, we have a few people that come in here and they boast about the AK-47, but I guess Kalishnikov and Dr. Stoner actually got together and fired each other's rifles. And Kalishnikov was like, the AR-15 better rifle. And they're like, oh, no shit. Pin sting? Penis sting? If your penis stings, you need to go see a hospital. See a doc. Oh, I got a problem. All right. I've talked about guns enough. Let me go back to Iran stuff. U.S. Army, as of 3 minutes ago, report strikes in Iranian missile sites, drones, and naval infrastructure. Why is the Army reporting? Shouldn't it be the Navy and the Air Force? Weird. Iran Revolutionary Guard says they attacked 2 U.S. bases in Kuwait and 1 base in Bahrain, Middle East. U.S. military hit approximately 90 targets overseas. So it's like, why is the Army saying it? Like, maybe military intelligence. Was there anyone at those bases? I don't know. It's a 29 gauge and a 22 in one stock. No, Ruckus. Oh, a 20 gauge and a 22. Yes, I own one. It is, well, it's a 410, not a 20 gauge. But I have a 410 22 Savage that's behind me that somebody was going to throw away. And I took it apart. And I redid the stock, and I redid the handguard, and I re-blued it. And turned it from a piece of crap into a really nice rifle.
Darlene has just tipped $20.
We are $20 away from the full bar, folks, which is excellent, which is awesome. Been on for 6 hours. But yeah, Ruckus, I'll take a picture and put it in Discord for you guys. There used to be a picture that was in there. I wonder if it's actually still in there. You know, there's way too many goddamn posts in there, so I might just add it again. Well, so what it was for is if you went out camping and you needed something for varmints or maybe birds or something, you had 2 different calibers in one weapon. Nowadays, you know, if you want a weapon with multiple calibers, you just take an AR-15 out there and you could just slam in different mags and barrels all day long. But I mean, at the time, it was a really cool idea. And I think one's a micro bore for the 22 and 410 might be a smooth bore. I could get off my ass and go look, but it's so far away. It's all of 7 feet. But if I get the bar filled tonight, I will take pictures and put it up in the Discord. Sound good? The FJ42, it's weird. You want to look up a weird one that's modern? Oh, where is Hitchcock 45? I'll show one of the weirdest ones I own.
All right.
So this is the Hitchcock 45.
All right, Hitchcock 45. Star M9.
$80.
Yes, Hitchcock 45 with a Star M9A1. Yes, you have requested it several times. Several of you. Got my hands on one. Thought we'd take a few shots with one. This is Polymer Wonder 9mm. And take a look at it. It's a very space age looking firearm, isn't it? Looks a little bit like John, I think.
Oh, that's not the right one. That's the old one. God dang it. Hold on. That's the old one. No. We need the new guy. What? Ah, here we go. That's the old one. Let me put the new one on. I don't know this guy, but he seems to know what he's doing.
Hey there, friends. Thanks for checking in at the range. Now we've got the new Steyr.
I'm just going to let you look at that. I own one of these. It is stupidly accurate. And it is possibly one of my favorite guns next to my Canic. It looks like something out of a sci-fi movie. It is the most cyberpunk looking gun I own. And I need to send the slide to Trappers to have them cut a RMA on top of it.
L9A2 MF. Let's see how it goes. Nice. The L9 has a 4.5-inch barrel, and the A2 are the new models that Steyr is coming out with. It has a redesigned grip that offers interchangeable back straps and grip panels. It has front serrations, a 1913 rail, same trapezoidal sights, a flared out magwell, a very nice shooting and comfortable gun. Now we're used to that with the A1 models, but this is phenomenal. I mean, this is my second or third time at the range. I really like what Steyr did. They also extended the beaver tail for more control. It does have a loaded chamber indicator right there. On the back plate of the slide, a button pops out. That way you don't have to unholster the gun. You can rub your thumb across there to make sure you have a round chamber. Also a sight hole indicator where the barrel meets the slide. Let's try it again.
I feel like Buddy here's got some hearing loss. But so this guy is the firearm guy. But anyways, that's the weirdest one I own. The weirdest one I own is that. So. $2K pulse laser on that big rail. That is an L9A2 Steyr. Here, I'll find it for you. I'll give you guys a link. Trappers. But I love the damn thing. Oh, God. And it shoots super nice. The only thing is it's kind of longer than the Steyr. Sorry, the Steyr is longer than the... I'm getting tired. The Steyr is longer than the Canic. So the Canic is my go-to I carry with me, but that one is my... that one is probably one of my favorite. Yeah, 9mm, but you could have it, I think they make a different one, because the L9, I think the L, the 9 part stands for 9mm. I don't know if they make, I'm curious now what they actually make. Can't sell what? The L9? Really? That sucks. Like, that's pretty badass. It's too good. Yeah, it's too accurate. Sorry, you can't have this. Steyr makes a lot of really good stuff. Choppers has it for $649. I would get it from him, have him cut an RMA onto it. Just because the trapezoidal sights take a while to get used to. That's my only thing I don't like about it. That's why I want to put I want to put a laser on it. I want to put a flashlight laser combo, and then a RMA onto it and make it look like a sci-fi gun. Everyone can only have the yeet cannon. Ugh. But yeah, $20 to go, and then and that's it. I'm going to be out here for the night pretty soon. I've been on for 6 hours, and I've been up since 5 a.m. because my sleep schedule is being weird. That guy scared the shit out of me. I thought he was about to do something terrible. But like, if it was me and I was going to order something today, right? Like, if somebody's like, "Hey, here's $1,000. You got to go buy one pistol to use with you the entire time. What are you going to buy?" I'm going to go get probably either the Canic or the Steyr. I don't know which one I like better, to be honest. Because like the Canic is, what is this, subcompact? Yeah, it's a subcompact. The Steyr I have is a full size. See, my thing is, I'm not a big fan of Glocks. I don't think that they're bad guns, right? Even though I like to give people shit about them because it's what I do. But I don't think they're bad guns. It's just there's something about them that just doesn't fit my hand quite right, and they're not as comfortable. Have you tried, Nick Fly, have you tried a Canic or have you tried the Steyr? If you like Glocks, I wouldn't, because you're going to want one. A good night, Samuel. Take care, buddy. I am also out of here for tonight. Again, my goal is to get 10 orders from Strappers this month. So, because he told me, he's like, "Hey, you sell 10 things, 10 good big items. I'll hook you up with something." So I'm like, all right, sweet. And we'll see. And I'll try to see if he can throw in like a hat or something for everybody. So the rest of you have a good night and take it easy. I am out of here for the night. You have a very fantastic night tonight, everybody, and take care. I will be back, of course, tomorrow for more fun in the sun. What's going on? I would say check out and see if you can try one of them. Since you're waiting anyways for it. Oh, shit. I just got a warning on my phone about Firewatch. Spectacular. I'm going to burn to death. Sweet. And lightning. All right, whatever. You have a good one, everybody, and take it easy. McFly, check him out, buddy. And then I know, like you said, you're waiting for him, but what's the worst gonna happen? You like him? Firewatch is a good game. I don't think I've played that. You have a good, fantastic night, everybody. It was a fun show tonight. You have a really good one, and all be safe out there. Thank you very much, Dark Horseman. Thank you, Garbo. Thank you, Tricky. Thank you, Bez. Thank you, Darlene. Thank you, Darlene Twice. Thank you, Samuel. And thank you, Eva. You have a very good, wonderful night tonight. And of course, I'll be back tomorrow. Probably closer to 4. I'm going to try to get on later. All my fine audience doesn't show up till later. So I'm on too early. So I'll see you all later. Take care. Love you all.